listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Oh, it's about that time for us to look around and meet somebody new. And let's all welcome in familiar faces, perhaps somebody who has a conflict in their life. You alright? Tell them you're sorry, but there's ways to change the wrong to right. Oh, we can sit in a distant haze and watch rain clouds pour thoughts of greatness. Help our troubles sail real far away. Yeah. And it's a struggle every day we're stressing. But what's a life without dedication? I'm gonna pick up that soul's intention to soak in music. Relaxation, we're feeling good, feeling alright, yeah. Feeling good, feeling alright, yeah, yeah, yeah. Feeling good, feeling alright, yeah. Feeling good, feeling alright, yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, in a moment I'll be on my way to better days while life is changing. Even though I've had my share of pain, been sympathizing and realizing I got a feeling I could be a better friend, simply complimenting every now and then. 'Cause in the morning I wake up and miss the night before, 'cause I love the music more and more. We can sit in a distant haze, watch rain clouds pour thoughts of greatness. Help our trouble sail real far away, yeah. And it's a struggle every day we're stressing. But what's a life without dedication? I'm gonna pick up that soul's intention to soak in music. Relaxation, we're feeling good, feeling alright, yeah. We're feeling good, feeling alright, yeah, yeah. We're feeling good, feeling alright, yeah. We're feeling good, feeling alright, yeah, yeah, yeah.
The Link. Join the conversation now with Chris and Sabrina. Call 637-0094. Breeze 93.9 FM.
Hello, my baby, how are you doing? I really miss you. I can't wait to be in your arms tonight. Boy, your body is my serenity. Sweet melodies I hear when you kiss me, just like the first time. Do you remember the first time? 'Cause I do, it was so damn amazing. And that's why I'm still in love with you. I still care for you. You are more than the one for me. You are too much of a blessing. And I'm overwhelmed. You bring heaven to hell. Yes. You bring heaven to hell, oh yes you do. You are too much of a blessing. So baby, can you touch me? 'Cause I still feel like I'm dreaming. Yes, boy, you got me feeling. And I already had you on. Hey, you opened your heart for me to come in, just like the very first night. Do you remember the first night? Hell yes I do, it was so damn amazing. And that's why I'm still in love with you. I still care for you. You are more than the one for me. You are too much of a blessing. And I'm overwhelmed. You bring heaven to hell. Yeah, yes. You bring heaven to hell. Oh, yes, you do. You are too much of a blessing. And I'm overwhelmed. You bring heaven to hell. Yeah, yeah. You bring heaven to hell. Oh, yes, you do. You are too much of a blessing. And I'm overwhelmed.
Link up with Chris and Sabrina at 637-0094 on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Summer nights, drinking wine by the fire, catching on. No, you're looking good. Wish I could tell you I was yours, but I get high every night when I'm all alone, just to help me forget that I'm feeling low. Told you I was doing fine, it's a lie, you should know. And if you want the truth, well, I'm still in love with you. No matter what I don't know, I'm still in love with you.
To myself, I don't care who you with, I'm always in my mind. Yeah. Picture you making love to someone else.
Tell me why.
I get drunk to shut up all these memories. And I wake up and they come running back to me. So had you fun giving up? I guess you won. And I'm in love.
And I'm acting a fool, 'cause I'm still in love with you. No matter what I don't know, I'm still in love with you. Oh yeah, well tell me that you want me to. No matter what I don't know, I'm still in love with you.
And it's killing me. say, 'cause I'm proud to be somebody's helplessly and desperately still in love.
Well, I'm still in love with you. No matter what I don't know, I'm still in love with you. Oh yeah, well tell me that you want me to. No matter what I don't know, I'm still in love with you. Yeah. Get. Ooh, oh, ooh. No matter what I don't know, I'm still in love with you.
Signa uli di sombranza e zu ita saluda antes di niga razzauzan malak estrezas durante todo em memu a nogi distância como cupo palo zaniman malak guafi e conum nosso guiairi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa gilo tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi.
Fanogi chamoru politanota kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai Gloria a big is la Para Paraiona, Parai Gloria, abiba islas el para. Toru y tempo y paz, paraíta, zangin in ilan in a bendition. Contra biligo na vansa fuam Zeus proteis langom Contra biligo na vansa fuam Zeus proteis langom
Magaganfedik more Mododon meso Tibwerikin fudum Meri veri down Meniga sagase Magaganfedik more Mododon meso Tibwerikin fudum Meri veri down Meniga sagase Neminaru puede orco se tiene como sabido Cosa voce sabido eri ai sing aworo Ferry to my nebi You took away the sea Hey, it's a second fish Ma pota ki pari Neminaru puede orco se tiene como sabido Cosa voce sabido eri ai sing aworo Ferry to my nebi You took away the sea Hey, it's a second fish Ma pota ki pari Ma ki omtong ngeri Ngeri Efere keri Keri Respect iriso Spike iri fogo Ngang mi side out re Magi ontong ngeri Ngeri Efere keri Keri Respect iriso Spike iri fogo Ngang mi side out re Neminaru puede orco se tiene como sabido Cosa voce sabido eri ai sing aworo Ferry to my nebi You took away the sea Hey, it's a second fish Ma pota ki pari Neminaru puede orco se tiene como sabido Cosa voce sabido eri ai sing aworo Ferry to my nebi You took away the sea Hey, it's a second fish Ma pota ki pari Ma ki ontong ngeri Ngeri Kani keri Keri Respect iriso Spike iri fogo Yang mi side out re Wagi ontong ngeri Ngeri Efere keri Keri Respect iriso Spike iri fogo Yang mi side out re Neminaru puede orco se tiene como sabido Cosa voce sabido eri ai sing aworo Ferry to my nebi You took away the sea Hey, it's a second fish Ma pota ki pari Neminaru puede orco se tiene como sabido Cosa voce sabido eri ai sing aworo Ferry to my nebi You took away the sea Hey, it's a second fish Ma pota ki pari Magaganfedik more Mododon meso Tibwerikin fudum Meri veri down Meniga sagase 가간 피딕 머리 무도도운 원매소 지브리긴 푸둠 메리웨리라움 맨니가 사가세 Neminaru puede orco se tiene como sabido Così vuoi sabido e di ai singauro Very to my enemy You took out away the sea E is a sick of it Mua puota che buoni Neminaru puede orco se tiene como sabido Così vuoi sabido e di ai singauro Fatty to my enemy You took out away the sea Hey, it's a sick coffee Mua puota che buoni
Morning, Guam! Yeah! Good morning. Yeah, sometimes the song ends and it catches us by surprise, right, Joe, sir? We're over here having our own behind-the-scenes conversation. It's like, oh, dude, the song goes, we gotta go on.
I gotta say, I love Kids from Chook. They're, I mean,
Awesome.
not only are they're from my alma mater, so they're Sanchez boys and
Right.
everything like that. I mean, they have such a positive message, and plus, they're amazing musicians too.
That song is awesome, guys. It's really awesome. And I remember when I hosted something and they were performing, and I was like, man, you know that one song, you guys, that goes, they're like, yeah, that's them and on. I was like, dude, what's that about? Is that about civil unrest in Moen, or is it about, this and that? They're like, no, it's about a girl.
Yeah.
It's about a chick.
It's always about a chick.
It's always about a chick. Darn chicks.
But you know, if you notice it, I mean, that song's got like a really like fast tempo.
Yeah.
The Chookies' language is very multisyllabic. There's not, I mean, it's not like, you were doing do.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
They're like, 5 or 6 syllables. to every word.
Yeah.
It's
It's like they
very-
fit a lot of syllables into where a normal, or not normal, but like English, for example, would be
Yeah.
like way less.
And when the four of them come together and they nail the 4-part harmony,
It's awesome.
Yeah,
It's
a beautiful
you
thing.
can't compare. I mean, no, Chamorro Harmony is crazy, right? But these guys and what they do with coming out with these songs with the harmony, it's crazy. It's like going to the Rosary, but different. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and now they're all,
Now they're all grown up.
they're all young men. I believe like two of them are expecting kids. You
Right,
know,
yep.
They're working or going to school.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
So yeah, those kids from Chook,
Bev Test Jay Salas in the chat room agrees with solid jams, guys. And
so good.
And you know what? And you can tell that's a legit comment because it's jams with a Z.
Oh, that's it.
Solid
That's
jams.
official.
Yeah. Like you can be you can have many friends, but if you have friends with a Z, that's like for life.
How about if you have FWENZ?
No, you know what? That's the
Wens.
If they write that in your yearbook, that's even better than being like confirmation, or so.
Good morning to our Facebook Live viewers. Good morning. How's it? Good. You can always tell how good a person's day is going by the number of goods they put. When you say, how's it? Oh, it's good. All right, only good. You okay? You okay, Bar? No, actually, I'm good. Oh, okay. Right on.
People in the comments are commenting on how wonderful your mask is.
Yeah, thank you, Crowns Guam. Never goes out of style. The Guam seal, it's a thing. You check them out, crownsguam.com or
That is
something.
really great, too.
They got an Instagram. Thank
Okay.
you. Yeah.
I want to show something too because that is not the only member of the Link family that is rocking the Guam seal. Here is from Kentucky, Mama Bear. There's Debbie, and she said she had her grandson actually sew that by hand.
Wow.
And make it because she wanted some Guam gear. So
Cool. Check that out. Well, that's
Nice
a
work.
big one too, right? It's a big seal.
yeah,
Is that a big seal on your face, or you're just happy to see me?
Okay, no. See, Debbie's mask actually has the letters though. Yours doesn't have the letters. The GUAM right across it.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's awesome. Anything with a Guam seal on it, I'm down.
Yeah, and I actually
Like
saw,
if I was a tattoo kind of guy, I would get the Guam seal tattooed on my face.
Nice.
Like, really, but I'm not a tattoo person.
one of the things that really bummed me out about last year was that we couldn't have the Olympics. Hopefully, it's going to happen this summer.
Yeah.
Crossing my fingers.
It's looking like it is.
Yeah. And so one of the things I really, really like is, seeing just like the different national anthems, the different national flags and everything like that. And I was looking it up like last year because, I was trying to fill that void. I was having like a Olympic withdrawal.
You have issues filling that void, Jay?
Yeah, I do. The
We all do. It's something we should talk about. Don't be
dark
scared to
chasm
talk.
in my heart where, the Olympics used to live.
Dark chasm.
Yeah. But I was looking it up and I was like looking, flags of many nations, and there are a lot of different countries and people all over the internet that have actually looked up our flag, and they're like, wow, not only is it a wonderful, amazing flag, but like if you look at it, look at all the symbolism of of the coconut tree, of the beach, of the proa,
Of the river,
yeah, of the river,
the shrimp kelaguen.
yeah, of the colors and everything like
Yeah.
that. I mean, and these are things, admittedly, I must say, when you take Chamorro history, when you grow up on Guam and go to school, you learn it year after year after year, and you probably take it for granted, like a little bit. But when you see people from all over the world are like, dude, you guys have a beautiful flag.
We actually do. I want to say that unbiased. Like, let me just take out that I'm from here. But yeah, our flag is like, it's right up there with anybody else's flag. In fact, I think this is a way better flag than the Star Spangled Stars and Stripes. I mean, it is what I'm sorry. I'm a little biased. But yeah, it's just the design of it, the red, the blue.
And now cue the conspiracy theorists. Here they come. No, but I mean, we have a beautiful, beautiful flag.
Artistically speaking, it's very beautiful.
Yeah, and my cousins, when my family would take like summer vacations back to Connecticut, where my mom's from, all my cousins in the States, all my Howley cousins, the first thing I would want to, I'd want to do, I was like, hey guys, can we go to, and I was like 11 years old. I was like, hey, can we, go to Chuck E. Cheese or play like those lawn darts and, the stuff that we don't have, like on Guam. And they were like, can you just tell us like those stories? I was like, you mean the legends? And they're like, yeah, the one about the carabao and the cow went swimming in the river. And then when they came out, they had their skins were backwards. And that's why the carabao's like all.
That's a
all
great
saggy.
story.
Yeah.
I actually did a couple skits of that. I did one on the fish that ate Guam.
Yeah.
And then I did one on the cow and the carabao.
Took a bite out of East Agane Bay.
Right, yeah. Yeah, great legends, man.
Yeah, and I mean, people there, and they were like, and of course, when you tell them the
Great
legend,
legends, man.
yeah, when you tell them the legend of the two lovers, even some people are like, wait, that sounds a little bit like Romeo and Juliet. I was like,
Yeah.
yeah, it is, but
It's with a little twist, though. It's island-fied. It's like
Yeah.
when you take a song and then you play it reggae. It's like different.
yeah.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, Mama Bear. Who else we got here? Luz Leonis, good morning, Guam. Stay safe. God bless from San Antonio, Texas. Oh, North Dakota in the house with Raymond McGravy. Good morning, watching from Bismarck, North Dakota.
Wow.
Visalia
I love that last name too, McGravy.
McGravy.
That's awesome.
What up, McGravy? What else we got here? Bobby Kanga Ugan Mendiola, Hoffaday, Guam from Visalia, California. Where's that at, Jay?
Visalia?
Yeah.
Wow. Sean is probably going to jump in. Sean Gumatato.
Sounds like it's like inland.
Okay, it's with a V. Visalia is in the agricultural San Joaquin Valley, about 230 miles southeast of San Francisco. 230 miles on Guam is like. You ever notice that like stateside?
That's like 4 Guams.
Yeah, statesiders all measure things and like, hey, how far away are you? I'm 52 minutes.
Right, yeah.
Here it's just like I'll be there.
I still feel like it's 15 minutes to get everywhere on Guam, but it's not, which explains, my arrival in the morning.
Oh.
Like, in my mind, it's still 15 minutes from Inaran to Harmon.
Okay, right on cue. Sean jumps in right there because Sean grew up in Bakersfield.
Right.
Home of, among other things, the band Korn. Shout out to Bakersfield, but he goes, Visalia is actually near Fresno.
Yeah, so it's
There's a
inland.
lot
right?
of things near Fresno.
Right, yeah.
Good football team. Produced both of the Carr brothers. David Carr,
of course,
Derek
Bardstown, Kentucky with Mama Bear here on the show. Baptist J. Solis, good morning. F. Glenn, good morning, KUAM, The Link, Sabrina, Joe Sir, Chris, Jason, and everyone working behind the scenes and behind the screens.
Bonnie Meno is sharing what is going to be a beautiful sunrise
Oh yeah,
from Pago Bay. Thank you, Bonnie.
yeah. Sir, do you want to run out and show that outside?
Since you started the good morning
Yeah,
so early, you
guys.
didn't have time.
I started our good morning so early. Joe sir wasn't able to get a sunrise shot, but
right.
yeah, check it out. It's really there was like clouds out there when I was out there, and then it was like the pink and the orange coming in. I mean, I know we have the
Joe sir
best
can.
we have the best sunsets in the world here, but our sunrises, yeah,
Oh.
not too shabby.
Look at that.
Yeah, wow. Oh man.
Okay, I don't know if you guys can hear that, but I don't know if Joe tripped or he just. Okay, so here's the big production secret, right? We like to keep this place, because
Yeah,
it's
Jay.
just-
Sorry, it was Pago Bay, the big fish.
wait,
Took a bite of. Thank you for that, Bonnie Meno. Yeah.
was it Pago Bay with the big?
Yeah.
I thought it was East Agana.
Well, it was Pago Bay, but in the version I did, I made it Talafofo Bay.
Okay, look at those colors, you guys. The purples,
Wow.
the pinks. Got to love the Lord for giving us that.
It looks like it's gonna rain.
Hey, Greg Camacho gives us the shaka emoji.
Hafa Dave from Washington.
Hey, good morning, Primo. My grandmother was a Camacho.
Nice.
will
Washington
be.
State.
Yeah, is that Washington State or Washington D.C.? You can never tell, right?
Uli writes, "Good morning, Guam," and Eva Akima. Morning, Chris and Jason as well. Sabrina is going to be coming in a little bit later.
Yeah, she's taking little Brock to school. Oh yep, Eva Akima says, "What a wonderful lavender sky."
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Did you ever know anybody, Chris, when we were going to school that had like the Crayola, the 64,
with
the big, the big
with the,
box, the one with the pen with the sharpener in the back?
with the periwinkle.
Yeah, exactly. That's
yeah,
what I was getting.
yeah.
You had periwinkle, you had lavender. I mean, there were like 9 shades of purple.
Right.
And it wasn't just green, it was
Fuchsia.
green. Yeah, you had pink, fuchsia.
Right. Aquamarine.
Yeah. And I was
Yeah.
like, this is cool.
That's the bougie set. You only got that if you're from Barragata Heights.
Yeah.
I grew up with the 8 if we're lucky.
The Jonestown kids had those.
634. Welcome to the link, guys. That's Jason Solis, Joe
Hey,
Sir.
Tomas, a member of the KUM family. Good morning, KUM fam from the San Francisco Bay Area. Tomas Manglotnia,
Right on.
who does fantastic work. I'm using him in the present tense here because
Yep.
we're basically begging him to come back when he graduates from Stanford.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I am super jealous. I told Tomas when he went back to school after he finished with us last summer, I was like, Tomas, I'll Venmo you, I'll PayPal you. Please just get me a Stanford engineering hoodie.
Wow.
Those are valuable.
What's up, boy? That's my name for Tomas.
Oh, okay. Greg says I'm actually in Washington State. I'm in Tacoma, and it's like 38 degrees here, and he says missing the island heat. Man, if
Wow.
we could FedEx you some of that, Greg, we would be happy to.
38 degrees in shorts? That sounds good.
You guys are crazy. If you go
Yeah.
out and it's 38 degrees and
I
you're
mean,
wearing
you
shorts-
just come from Guam, you're like, hey, yeah, it's like aircon times 2.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
do you own any like thermal? Like, do you have
Thermal?
Like,
Do I own any-
Do you
are
own
you
any
serious?
sweats or thermal underwear? Or
I
anything?
own a Adidas tracksuit.
No, tracksuit is not sweats.
Oh,
Tracksuit is like
I don't own sweats, Jay.
I have a pair of sweats that that I like sweatpants.
You just wear around the house, and eat your ice cream, and watch Lifetime.
Yeah. a gripping drama of one woman's fight against eating disorder, starring Meredith Baxter Burney from Family Ties and Lindsay Wagner.
And Sarah Michelle Gellar.
That's it. Yeah.
At 6:36, good morning. The show is brought to you by Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Carrier at 647 Cool. Went out to dinner last night. You know, it's a funny story.
Did
Is
you?
Yeah, I went at a little date night at Hyatt.
Now-
But
hey.
check it out. So I won this gift certificate at our Christmas party last year. Remember a Christmas party?
Yeah, I vaguely remember those.
Yeah. Remember that, guys? A Christmas party, like a company Christmas party where, you got me on the mic roasting the whole company, and there's like, what do you call those?
A couple libations.
Yep. Imbiberies going on.
Adult beverages.
Right. So I won this gift certificate to the Hyatt, and it was for the Breezes barbecue dinner show. And it expired in July of last year.
Oh.
But remember, that was like the pandemic was going on, and there was no dining, there was no dinner shows or anything like that.
They honored it. Please.
So they still honored it. Yeah.
Good on them.
So I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Hey, props to Hyatt, man. That's good business. Right
No,
there.
but because I had a bunch of gift certificates that I found in my backpack, and then because I won a couple other things at the party, and there was that law. Just this is public service announcement. So I think there was a law from Senator Tony Ada that it was something like if you have a gift certificate, then they have to honor it for like 5 years. But that's a gift certificate, not a trade certificate. So a gift certificate is something that you pay money for.
Right.
So for example, if I went to like the Zori place and I got a gift card for Jason and I paid $20 and I gave it to Jason, like that's supposed to be able to be honored for 5 years. But if you're like company A and company B and you're like, hey, we're having a Christmas party, you got any gift certificates? And then company A will be
the
like,
in-kind trade.
yeah, like a trade thing.
Yeah.
Like those expire when they expire. Because I had a couple gift certificates, and while Hyatt honored that one, there was a couple local restaurants that were like, yeah, no, sorry, is it a trade certificate? Yeah, we can't honor it. Which, I mean, it is what it is. But, it's pandemic, guys. You got to throw people a bone sometimes.
Yeah.
6:38.
Well, how was your dinner, by the way?
It was nice. Yeah.
you
So Cafe Kitchen, it's like they normally do buffet, right?
Yeah.
You go in there, and how it normally is set up is you go in and then you pick like an entree or whatever, and then they have their whole buffet. So you go and get like whatever you want at the buffet, and then later on your entree will come. So it's like a hybrid buffet with an entree. But obviously with COVID, nobody's doing buffet. Like there's no place where you can go up and get your own food. It all has to be the staff. So whatever buffet out there, if like you go, they serve you.
You know what they have at Cafe Kitchen? Sabrina and Brock and I went to brunch one time. We were here on a Sunday morning, just like doing some paperwork, and she's like, "Hey, you want to go eat?" So we went there. They make waffle sticks, and they're like, and then they have they have like dipping stations for blueberry, strawberry, whipped cream, and oh man, those are good.
So how it works is you get to pick from an appetizer, a main, and then a dessert, and they have all these different options. And then they give you, and it's like big portions. I guess
nice.
like you would. Yeah, so it's cool.
They have really, really good short ribs too.
That's actually what I had.
Did you?
Yeah, there was Calbee or something.
Ooh.
Yeah. 6:39. It's the 11th day of February, Thursday, right here on the link. Sabrina Solis, Matanani, en route. Here's who's coming on the show today, guys. We're getting Revenue Tax Director Daphne Shimazu at 6:45 as the official start of the filing season is tomorrow, right?
She's going to be busy, yes.
Yes.
And remember, we're preemptive strike here because, Daph is going to come on, give you a ton of information. Please file online. If you have the ability, if you have the means, do it at myguamtax.com. You already know that the Barrigada Heights headquarters is going to be quite busy. And Daph is even saying, you can do it whenever you want. It's very, very easy. If you've never done it before, it's not scary at all. I've done it before. It's super easy.
Yeah, it's not scary. It's not haunted.
Yeah. You don't have to disclose that if you're selling.
So she's coming on. And then we're getting Melanie Brennan from DYA/CPS to come on. Ty Matanani just did a great Zoom with her and Terry Uggan from Public Health. So we're just going to kind of fill in the gaps there and anything that didn't touch on, which I don't know if there's anything left because it was like 30 minutes.
And you know what I love about working on Guam, especially like in journalism, because we're all connected here. And I'm saying that, both pro and con is I had no idea that Melanie is Tyler's auntie. And so I was producing the, interview. So I was coordinating like all the tech stuff. And it's so funny because, we're taught, you respect people. It's like, oh, Dr. So-and-so or, Madam Speaker or Your Honor, Rear Admiral, Sir, and everything like that. But when you interview so many people in Gov Guam, you can be like, hey, so Auntie Mel, what's up with the budget or stuff like that? Or you're like, hey, Uncle Joe.
Hey, Par.
Yeah, or that too. You heard the other day when we had, or a couple weeks ago when we had Senator Joe San Augustine and Lester Carlson, when they started to kind of like verbally spar a little bit. It's, hey, Primo, man, we're working on the budget.
Right on.
It's just funny. It's
a Guam thing.
Yeah. You never find that anywhere else but here.
And then we're getting Julian Uggan, who has a awesomely acclaimed and reviewed memoir that he's released. And so we'll get Julian on, and then he's coming on with Victoria from the OG Press, and they're going to tell us how you can order a copy of his book, which I'm just going to brag a little bit here.
He's done a lot of stuff in his young life already.
Yeah, I actually have a digital copy.
Really?
The Properties of Perpetual Light.
Wait, hold that up again. Wait, so you've got the ebook.
So yeah, Well, they gave Victoria slid me a copy just so I could look it over before the interview,
Okay.
which means I'm going to be looking it over during the commercial break. But yeah, so we'll talk about that.
Prepared as ever, huh?
Yeah, and then so they're doing a lot at the UOG Press. I mean, the Julian's book is here. You can pre-order it. We'll tell you how. But they're trying to save all the pre-orders on the UOG Press side for local buys, and then whatever else they have out there on the internet would be for people who aren't here. So yeah, we'll go in with Julian and find out about this book, and it's really good stuff. The author of The Color Purple had some very high praise.
Really?
Yeah, it's in the graphics I sent you. You'll see it. And then we're getting John Kanata, JQ night of the Guam International Airport Authority. He's the executive manager. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on at the airport. He texted me yesterday. He was like, hey, so when I come on, what exactly are you going to ask me about so I can be prepared? And I was like, oh, testing at the airport, return to tourism, airlines, and some of the requirements for flying out, and gambling airport police officers. I always save the last one for so there was something there with there's an investigation going on at the airport with the airport cops, I believe, allegedly gambling with like a gambling app or something. And so I remember I read it was reported that Senator Amanda Shelton, who has oversight of the airport, was talking about this investigation, which I thought was so ironic because she's like the game room family. So you have like gambling talking about gambling. But I guess gambling on the app or whatever is illegal, whereas gambling in the game room is A-okay. So, yeah, we'll talk about that. And then we're also getting Senator Chris Duenas. There's a little bit of a back and forth here. The governor, through a press release, or written testimony she sent down to the legislature because they had a public hearing on this bill for Senator Chris Duenas. And basically this bill would allow the legislature, like if the governor wants to declare an emergency, then the legislature would also have to be involved with that. And so the governor, of course, is not happy about that, and she wrote a letter, written testimony. So I reached out to Senator Chris yesterday. I was like, hey, let's go on, and I'll read the governor's release, and you can kind of respond to it.
Okay, and real quick, there's a couple of people already, or several, in fact, asking various questions about how to file taxes and everything like that. So if you just missed it, we just mentioned it a couple moments ago. Sit tight, you guys, because Daphne Shimizu, the director of Rev Tax, is coming on in just a couple of minutes, and she is going to take all of your questions about tomorrow's big opening of tax filing season.
Yeah.
See questions coming in already.
Where was I? Oh, yeah, and then we're getting Sergeant Paul Tapao of Guam Police to come on and catch us up on whatever's going on with crime. And I know that with this Mark Mayo trial, and then they were talking about crooked cops. I think Sergeant Tapao would come out with something, and he was like, hey, if we get anything, we're going to investigate it, yada, yada, yada. So we'll talk with Sarge about that coming up. And then we also have Cover Me with Jason J this morning, who I just want to send well wishes to because his daughter's stage just got released from the hospital. So I follow him on Instagram, and I know Jason J for so long. He used to live in my grandpa's neighborhood in Windward Hills, and I remember when he was young, and he'd always take around his guitar. He's always skateboarding, hanging out with. He used to come over to the house when he used to grapple with Baby Joe and Bigler and those guys. So I known him a long time, and it's really cool to see that. Here's a kid who was, making songs with Tim Balhadia, just doing songs, and we played them here. I remember when I first came over to KUAM. That was like around the time that Jason J and Tim had dropped a few songs. Tim had Come One, Come All, and then Jason J had Juices and Forever. And these were kind of like, along with Savage K and DUB, these were like the local music, non-Chamorro, if you will. Kind of like the first ones on the scene who really paved the way for what we now enjoy is like the local music. It's so huge, you know what I mean? So.
And you know what was beautiful to see too is the older Chamorro artists, because like the 70s and 80s style of Chamorro music had a very, very heavy country influence. Like everybody said, like it's so country, like country music and Southwest and everything. The older people never disparaged the angle that the young musicians were taking in. They said, you're not living up to the traditions. They were like, hey, that's your own thing.
That's your own thing.
And they gig together.
Yeah.
You see, like our friend like Pat Palomo and everything like that. He is completely supportive of all the young acts.
And so it's so cool how it's kind of come full circle where you have a lot of these local artists now doing Chamorro cover songs of like the old stuff that we used to all
Yeah.
listen to growing up.
Tell you what, Daph is actually here. You want to
Right.
do her first?
Yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and go to Daphne Shimizu, and then we'll do news with Jason Salas. Right here on the link. It's 6:47, and in the Zoom room again, the Reverend Tax Director.
Hi, Daph.
Good morning, Daph.
Half a day.
Sabrina's on her way, but nice to see her at work pretty early.
Yes, our team is here. They've been here making sure that all of the cones are set up. They've been making sure that actually we already have people that are driving into our parking lot that want to come in for vehicle registration and other services. So we have people that are here. GPD is also here. I think they come around 5:30 in the morning. So,
Right.
our team is here very early.
Den and Dash, so if you could, just for people who drive by that Barragata Heights area, when they drive through and they see that long line of cars, what's going on there? Are those like appointments or just people doing like first come, first serve?
So what's happening is we do have walk-in services from Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we do have walk-in services for driver's license. And then Thursday and Friday, this morning, we'll have walk-in services for vehicle registration. So in addition to, of course, all of our other services that we have here. So we have walk-in services Monday through Friday. We do have a lot of people. I mean, we've had people tell us that they're, out here at 1 a.m. just because they need their driver's license. And so we have people who are here very early. But, again, we're trying to serve as many people as we can. Again, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we have walk-in services for driver's license. So I know there's a lot of people who were trying to make appointments for Real ID, and they need a Real ID for employment. You know what? We do have services for that. Of course, we have 8 to 9 is our individuals with disabilities. And also our Menumco and our veterans. That's the hour that we dedicate or allocate toward that group of individuals. And outside of that, from 9 to noon, we do have people who it is for the general public. But Chris, I wanted to talk a little bit about tomorrow, which is Feb 12, and it's a big day for us because it's the opening of tax filing season for 2021.
Right.
And we have a lot happening. So tomorrow, we will be launching the opening of the tax filing season here and across the nation. It will be launched. It's Feb 12. That's the date we're going to begin to receive income tax returns. Our team will have, we will be available for walk-in services tomorrow from 8 to 5 if you're going to file your return. So only filing without any payment. We're going to have a drive-through filing line, and you're going to be able to come in. Our team's going to go ahead and guide you, and we'll accept your return if you're filing only. So you'll remain in your car. We'll have like a car line, and people will just go ahead and be able to file from their vehicle. And that's from 8 to 5 tomorrow. In addition to that, there are people who may need forms. They might need a 1040. If you need a 1040, the actual physical form, and you're not able to get online and print it, we're also going to be distributing forms if you need them. So, not only will you be able to file only with no payment, but you'll also be able to get forms if you need them, the Form 1040. The other thing people have asked a lot about is, okay, Reverend Tax usually does what's called tax prep. We do some courtesy tax preparation for individuals with disabilities, our Menumco, and also our veterans. That's something that, of course, we've been doing, and we wanted to make sure that we offer that as a service as well. So we're going to be doing walk-in services for that. It's going to be limited, but we will have walk-in services for courtesy service for tax preparation, as we always have, and that's for our individuals with disabilities, our veterans, and also our Menumco. So
hi, Daph.
some exciting things though, Chris, if I might be
Yes,
able to
yes.
just add.
Sure.
For the first time ever, we're going to be offering to everybody the ability or the option to be able to receive your refund by direct deposit. Now, this is an option only. It's not required. How you're going to be able to do it if you file online, of course, you're going to be able to indicate your bank account number and your routing number on the form when you file online. Now, on the Form 1040, there is a section on the return on the form where you can enter your bank account information. Again, not your debit card, because people may mistake their bank information as being what's on their debit card. It's what's on your check or your bank statement. You can call your bank and you need your actual bank account number and your routing number. And that's really important, okay? Because if for whatever reason there's a reject because your bank account information is not correct, then you're going to end up, it may cause a delay and you'll end up getting a payment by check. So again, that's an option, and we're excited to be able to offer that to everybody. We do, again, we did expand our 1040 online, and that's important too, because, as people have been, as we've been working on various, running of the different programs for EIP, the 1 and 2, what was very important is the term validly filed and processed, right? So validly filed and processed. And now if you file your return online, as long as it's complete and accurate, meaning your social security numbers are correct and everything, your dependents are complete, all of your information is accurate, then it's considered validly filed and processed from the time you file. And that is really critical because, a lot of people, of course, we pay refunds. We pay refunds based on filing date. We pay refunds based on whether things are validly filed in our system and whether they're A status or error free. So, we are highly encouraging everybody, if they qualify, to be able to file online, to file online. And we are still operating or doing some testing on our online system, and but we're hoping that we'll be able to open that beginning tomorrow. The other thing that we just launched, and we're actually going to issue the media release today about, is we launched the EIP2 lookup portal. So if you recall, if you received an EIP1 payment, you were able to get online and go ahead and check to see if you received a payment. We opened that up at midnight last night, so for the EIP2. So for those people who may have received EIP1 or 2, or if you want to just check the status of your EIP2 payment, you can go to myguamtax.com. You can register. You'll see the little blue clickable link, and you'll be able to go ahead and search for your EIP1 or EIP2 payment information. And that's important for a few reasons. One, people just want to know the status. Has Reventax processed my payment? Is it in the mail, or is there something that's an issue with processing, right? Or for those people who are early filers, the people who are going to be filing tomorrow, and they need to make sure that they report that information on EIP 1 and 2 on their returns. They can log in and get that information so that they can use it for the filing of the return. So again, we just launched it at midnight. This is the first time we're announcing it actually to the media today, is that we've launched the EIP2 payment portal. So you can look up your payment and you can find out whether or not Reventax has actually processed and sent out a payment to you. And again, that's at myguamtax.com.
Yeah, Daph, we got the. I'm showing your website up on our screen right now, so people can see what they're looking for and everything. So while you were talking about it, we got it up.
Daph, can I just reel up a couple questions here on the Facebook Live feed? Thank you. First one, Chamarita Regis writes, would anyone happen to know if DMV is opening Monday, President's Day?
Yes, President's Day is not a holiday for us. I thought President's Day is not a holiday for us.
Right, so they're going to be open. And then we also have,
we will be open.
Eva writes, I so love this director. Pass on that her staff is awesome. Tops to Cindy. Great customer service.
You. Shout out to you, and thank you for that. I know not everybody, and I know Sabrina brought it up, not everybody has the best experience, but we're really trying. I promise you, our team is trying. They're here at 5:30 in the morning. They're, out here and putting up cones and making sure that traffic's running smoothly. So, I do promise you that our team, our heart's in the right place, and we're going to do our best to serve our people.
And then Gemma writes, I was looking for the 2020 link, but saw 2019 when I logged onto the website. But Jay, we can see the 2020 1040 there?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Right. So it actually, you probably won't be able to file it if you are on it. Yeah, because we are not opening yet until tomorrow.
I see.
But you may be able to see it already because we're gearing up to open it. So usually what happens is when we launch things, they launch at midnight. Like our EIP portal was launched at midnight. More than likely, again, because tomorrow is the first day that we're going to be receiving forms for filing. So we will not open our portal until actually Feb 12.
And then Aaron Redoble writes, is there going to be an Ajuda Mangufa for this year for dependent adult not receiving stimulus?
You know, the Ajuda Imengufa program was a local program that was, mandated, and it was actually done through the legislature. And so there isn't another program at this point. That's something, of course, that, I guess that was legislatively
Right.
done.
Yeah. Daph, another question here. Was DRT able to pay out all of the EIP round 2 by tomorrow? Because I remember we had you on, you said you wanted to pay out all the stimulus 2 checks by tomorrow. Is that happening?
Right. So as of this week, we've already paid out about 65,000 checks, and that was almost $69 million. My team was working last night to do the final validation for at least all of those validly filed and processed 2019 returns that we have online. I believe that the final check run for those will be, I want to clarify. This is not the final check run, because we have all the way until March 19 to pay out EIP2. But what we are trying to do is to get as many of the payments out, at least all of the ones that we have for 2019 validly filed and processed returns that we have in our system. We're trying to get those out as soon as possible. And so by week's end. So I expect that either today or tomorrow we'll do another, I believe we have about another 5,000 or so that we have that are to be processed. So altogether, we were expecting to pay out for the 2019 returns that we had online, about 70,000 of them. So last week we had done about 65,000, and then we expect another 5,000 or so to be processed within by today or tomorrow.
Chris, can you please ask if they're doing testing as far as upgrading driver's license to commercial or chauffeurs?
Yes, we are doing. If they're referring to if they're referring to the actual exam where they do the not the written exam, but the exam for bus and tractor trailers.
Okay.
We are doing those on Saturdays. We cannot do them during the week. If you need to schedule something, then you can go ahead and email us, and we'll work to schedule that for you.
Can we update disabled tags online?
You cannot update a placard online, but you can come drop it in our Dropbox. And also, you know what? So Thursday and Fridays, we do have drive-through walk-ins for vehicle registration, which means you can come in for a vehicle operating permit. You can come in for a vehicle registration. You can come in to also either renew or get a new handicap or disabled placard. Now, because those types of services are very quick kind of turnaround services, and we didn't want to limit the amount of people that we're able to see for that. We actually opened up walk-in services for issuing operating permits, which again, operating permits are for those vehicles that maybe they might be at the port, they were shipped in and they are not yet registered. But in order for those to be legally driven on our roads, they must be permitted. So if you need a vehicle operating permit, or if you need a disabled placard, whether it's new or it's a renewed one, you can actually walk in the afternoons on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So what we did is, even though we have walk-in services on Thursday and Friday for vehicle registration, we also, because of the quick turnaround of those services, we have walk-in services Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday for disabled placard renewal or new disabled placards to be issued, and also for vehicle operating permits. So again, we're trying to make sure that we're servicing as many people as possible.
Again, Daph, could you explain, Clara writes in, people who weren't eligible for stimulus last year but became eligible this year, how can they file for that?
Okay, so if you were not eligible based on your 2018 or 2019 return, and you did not get EIP 1 or 2, or if you were eligible, but say in 2020, but you may not have gotten the full amount, but your 2020 income will allow for you to get the full amount, then how you are able to apply for it is through filing your 2020 tax return. And so any additional incremental portion that you might be able to receive because you are either newly eligible or because you are your eligibility now allows for you to receive more. You'll be able to receive those when you file your 2020 tax return. And again, if you're able to, because you qualify to file online, we highly recommend that you do, because if you file it online, and again, all of your information is accurate, and then we will be able to see your filing online right away, and that's considered validly filed and processed. So once we're ready to, pivot and move to filing the or move to processing the rebate recovery credit, we'll be able to process those quickly.
Dav, so let me just riddle you this. Like, if you didn't file last year, but then you filed this year for 2019 online, would you get a check, or are you automatically put in the recovery rebate line?
So you're not able to file your 2019 return online anymore.
Oh, yeah.
After October 15,
Right
we
on.
closed that portal.
Okay.
So you'll only be able to, at this point, file your 2020 tax return online. And again, if you didn't file your 2019 return, of course, October 15 was the extended due date. But we do still have people who are filing their returns. Please make sure you file. We will, if you owe taxes and things, of course, we do our best to make sure we work with people. And we highly recommend, whether you owe taxes or not, to file your returns so we can, again, work to help you to come into compliance.
Gene writes in, my son received his check yesterday and his name was misspelled by one letter. Ouch. What does he need to do? Who to contact for correction?
I know. So, and that does happen. And sometimes, it could be an error in data entry, or it could be an error. Sometimes it's an error that's on the return. But what you'll need to do, or what she'll need to do, is go ahead and contact us. We do have our phone numbers. Our team actually, in the morning, because we do have walk-in services, our team is usually, it's a little bit harder to get someone on the line. In the afternoon, our team actually, we have more people that are at our desks. So if you call 635-1840, 414257, or 635-7603-4 or 7606, those are our numbers. Other than that, you can email us at incometax@revtax.guam.gov, and our team does monitor those email addresses, and we will make sure that we get back to you, because what will happen for that individual is they'll have to get a check reissued to them. We will confirm the information on the return. We'll confirm the identity of the individual, and we work with DOA to get those reissued.
Jesse Chuby writes in, what is going to be done about the backlog of licensee or driver's permit? Earliest scheduled test is October 2021.
So is that for the written exam? I'm sorry.
I don't know. It says
Okay.
permit.
So you know what? So this is my understanding, and I was actually asking my team if Chuby is concerned about the written exam, and that is given at UOG. My understanding was that last week we were still scheduling written exams for the month of February. So my understanding is that for the written exams that are given at UOG, we're still again, able to get people in for this month. I do know, though, that there was some, and I've had this happen because I've had to also address some concerns about written exams not being able to be done until next year. I was able to clarify that written exams were available, and again, that was just last week. So I'm hoping that we didn't have so many written exam scheduled that we're scheduling them in October. Again, I will have to confirm that, but last week we were scheduling, I believe, for Feb 11 and 9.
Okay.
So I don't think written exams are that far out. But Chris, if Chuby will communicate with you, and I can go ahead and just confirm that if that's a problem that he or she is having.
Chuby, go ahead and communicate with me, my friend. Antoinette writes here, how long for auto dealership to receive vehicle title, ownership, and registration? Vehicle was purchased last year. According to the dealership, they're waiting on Reventax vehicle division.
Right. And so we are having a backlog on that, and we're working to try to get all of those vehicle registrations for our auto dealerships done. I know we were a few months behind at least. And so, what happens, and this is why we actually, part of the reason why also that we're having limited walk-in services only in the morning is because our team on the vehicle registration side in particular also has to work on those other items like the working on the vehicle registrations for those auto dealerships. So that is something that is definitely on our list, and it's something that we're working to get through. We're hoping to in the next few months work to get to be updated on that, but we're still working on those, and we'll get those out as soon as we can.
Okay. What else we got here? There's some more praise for you, Daph. Chamarita writes, I got in vehicle line at 4. My number was 58. And with DMV having 10 cubicles and went fast, got in at 8 a.m., left there at 9:30. That's got to be a record.
We've really, so if you've come up here, we've really done our best to be organized. We have a numbering system. So when you drive into our parking lot, we have somebody who will, ask you what service you're here for, and they will give you a number. We have designated parking sections for our various services, and we've done that so that we can have as organized as possible an experience for our people. So thank you to her for that great comment. And you know what, kudos to my team, because really at the end of the day, it's all them. They've been working so hard to get organized, and honestly, we really want to do our best to serve as many people as we can. So thank you.
You're welcome. What about passport services? And then also, go ahead.
No, so passport services. So from Monday through Friday, we have passport services by appointment, but Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we do have walk-in services 8 to noon for passport. When you come in for walk-in services for your passport, you'll really need to make sure that all of your information is complete. So if you can get online, I believe it's on the State Department website. You can go ahead and look at all of the requirements for passport. I believe we also on our volume 10 have information on passport and where you can go to get forms. We also made sure that we gave to our mayor's offices passport applications. So if you're in need of a passport application, we have distributed them to our mayor's offices so that, if you're not able to print out your passport application, you can go ahead and get them from your mayor's offices. And thank you again to the Mayor's Council for being so great at making sure that they have those available for our people. But, you can always go to your mayor's office, get an application for your passport so that you can make sure that you have all the proper information and payment information as well, because that's really critical. But again, for passport services, Monday through Friday, we do have by appointment, but Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday, we have walk-ins for passport from 8 to noon.
Where's another one here? Can my son still file 2019 tax even though I carried him as a dependent so he can receive the second stimulus? And then when will a person receive 29 tax refund that was on a 6-month audit filed February 23rd?
No, but I mean, she's got the...
Okay, so there's 2 questions there. The first question, if you claimed your son as a dependent for 2019, then, of course, that he will not be considered eligible for EAP2 because he's claimed as a dependent. That's the first question. The second question, so how it works is when we process refunds, and if you recall, the permanent injunction basically states that a refund is due, or we pay refunds within 6 months of the time that they're filed, or from the due date, whichever is the later. And that's based on those that are A status or clean returns. When a return is in exam, it's not considered clean. Once that becomes A status, we begin to count the 6 month on that.
And then I guess, where are we with paying out of tax refunds?
So in terms of refunds, I actually need to look at our website. If you look at our website, you can find where we are with refunds. Excuse me, Chris, I don't have that date with me. Hold on just a second.
Okay.
But every week, if you go to guamtax.com or myguamtax.com, you can go ahead and look at where we are with regards to the paying of our refunds. It's in that nice gold box that's at the top of our website. And if you look, my computer is actually very slow. So we have about 160 new computers, but But my computer is going to be one of the last to be changed. So my computer's a little slow. There you go. So as of Feb 2, we had processed through September 16, 2020. And so if you had filed and you had an A status return through September 16, 2020, you should receive your refund.
Just to confirm, is the deadline to renew driver's licenses December 31st, 2021?
Right. So if your driver's license expired from March 2020 through December 31, 2021, you have until the end of this year to renew. And so right now, again, we are open for walk-in services Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for driver's license. You can also make an appointment online. I know the appointments are going into next year. And, of course, you can always do we do have a mail service for permits for driver's licenses that are non-Real ID compliant. So if you don't need a Real ID compliant ID, you can go ahead and renew those by the mail. And we have been doing that service where if you drop it in the mail or drop your application with all required documents either in our Dropbox or send it to us in the mail, we mail your driver's license or your Guam ID to you.
I remember I had asked about vehicle registration. So I understand that the late fees are being waived for registration, but what about those who have not renewed their registration? Will they still get pulled over, or is there a waiver on late registration too?
Okay, so what we did, and so this is something that I believe that we adjusted just in volume 10. So what we did with both driver's licenses and also with vehicle registrations, our intention was to make it so that not only would the penalties not be applied, but also the validity of the registration or the driver's license would be extended. So if you look at our volume 10, I believe that, but they do not have the same extended or the same validity period. Okay, so because vehicle registrations can be done online and generally are easier to do, I believe that we've extended those only through, I believe, April, but driver's licenses we've extended through the end of the year. And again, that's because the vehicle registration, you can do it online, and we highly recommend people do it online. I've done it myself. It's very easy. The process is if you need to get your vehicle registered, you make sure that you get your safety inspection. And then, once you get that, and in fact, our safety inspections want to give a shout out to them because they've been really great at communicating, the process to the community about how to, do the online registration. But once you get that, get your vehicle safety inspected, make sure you confirm with your vehicle safety inspection station that they were able to upload it. Once it's uploaded, you can get onto our website and you can go ahead and you make sure you have your safety inspection, you make sure you have your insurance information or your insurance is uploaded, and you can go ahead and register online. You'll be able to get a PDF, of your vehicle registration, and then you'll get your tags in the mail.
And so you said that we're extending the waiver for vehicle registration until April of this year?
I believe so. And if you just hold on, I can check that. Yeah, I believe so. What we did was, and again, driver's license, if you'll know it, for the appointments, we were scheduling out all the way until next year. For vehicle registration, our appointments were not going out that far. So what we've been doing is, we've been working to, as we work to make extensions or give consideration, we also give consideration or think about how we're able to service. And so with driver's license, because really that's been one of our most challenging services to try to get to and to manage, we've extended it through the end of the year. For vehicle registration, and if you look at our volume 10, we've extended them through March 31 as long as renewal is done by April 1. And so, hold on just a second. So vehicle registrations that expired during March 16 to December 31, 2021, late fees will be expired. Sorry. So the late fees are waived all the way until the end of the year.
Okay.
And in fact, I think we need to make a correction on our registration section, but the late fees are waived all the way through the end of the year for expired registrations.
We had another question here. Can real property tax payments also be made online?
Absolutely. Please do make your real property tax payment
Please.
online. Please do. So you know what? We did issue the other day an FAQ on how to pay, for your anything that you pay at Revenue Tax, how you pay it online. You can pay your real property tax statement online. You'll just need your parcel identification number. So as long as you have your statement, your real property tax statement, you should be able to get onto our website and go ahead and pay those online.
When I file my vehicle registration online, how long does it take for my tags to come in the mail? Is that done the same day?
Well, so that has varied. I've heard of people getting it within days. I've heard of it taking a couple of weeks, and unfortunately, sometimes it's taken more than a month. But we're trying to get those out quickly. Again, it just varies because what we do is, of course, we make sure that we try to batch as many as possible and send them out as quickly as possible. But again, it can range. I've heard of people getting it within days.
Jackie writes in, with the proposed changes in the 2020 earned income credit that the president is promising, how will that affect Guam?
Well, you know what, because we are a mirror code territory, any changes to the Internal Revenue Code and that Congress would make would also apply to Guam. But of course, we're still waiting for just kind of a lot of, the different things that are coming out of Washington, D.C. to happen. And really, I mean, at the end of the day, until things become law, it's very difficult for us to make comment on. So, we still, wait until those happen. And because when things become law, we still have to review the law to make sure that we apply things correctly and that we have, all things in place so that we can communicate that to the community.
Someone's asking, real property tax online payments are accepted, but can we do a partial payment online?
I am not sure if you could do a partial payment online. I would have to check that and get back to you.
Any other questions here? Oh, here's one. How about our business van that is usually inspected and passed by DRT inspectors? Can we do that online, or do we still have to bring it in?
If your vehicle inspection, no. So actually, with your vehicle, so if you're going to come in to do a vehicle registration renewal, you can bring in all of your documents. You can bring in your insurance document and you can bring in your safety inspection. But really, a lot of our safety inspection agencies are uploading. And you know what? I actually did mine just right around the corner, and they even gave me a nice little piece of paper that gave me instructions on how to do things online here at Revenue Tax. So I highly recommend. You know what? If you don't have to come in and get in line, you could do it from the comfort of your home or even from your office. You know what? I recommend doing it because it does work.
Did you go and do that vehicle inspection? Did you wear like a hat and sunglasses so they didn't know it was you?
He wouldn't let me get out of my vehicle. And, I'm always surprised when people recognize me even when I'm wearing a mask.
Right. We had another question here. Where did that go? Collections. What's the status on collections?
Well, our team actually was gearing up to send out annual notices for collections. So on an annual basis, the IRS does send out notices for collections. In this last year, when we were going through the public health emergency, we actually did not in 2020 send out our annual notices. We will be sending out notices very soon, and we're gearing up to do that. And so for those individuals who have outstanding balances, they will, when we do send out our notices, receive the notice of their balances due. And it's important that we send those out. A lot of people, they may not know for some reason, or for whatever reason, they may not know that they have an outstanding balance. Now, does that mean that if you get a notice, that you can't come in and we will not work with you to assist you if you need assistance in terms of coming up with a payment plan or figuring out how, we can. From the start in 2019, and this continues now, for all of those people who owe taxes, we always encourage you to come in. We encourage you to come in so we can work to get you into compliance. Our job here is not just collections and regulatory. Our job here is also to help our people. And so, what we will be on collections, we will be issuing out our annual notices. And again, people will be getting notices advising them of their balances due. And that's, again, our responsibility to make sure that people know that. I know it's a difficult time and our people definitely are going through a lot during this public health emergency, but also, but our role also is to make sure that we make sure that we let people know what their balances are, and that we also, make sure that the government's interest in tax payments or outstanding tax balances is also, preserved.
Right. Let me ask you this, Dav. So if someone owes on their tax and they file for the credit, the recovery credit, does that go towards the tax debt, or do they get that 600 on the refund?
No, so say you are receiving a recovery rebate credit of $600, but your tax liability is $1,200. It'll actually be offset against your tax liability.
Okay. Then we had.
And in fact, may I mention, so for EIP 2, remember, if you recall from EIP 1, there was a garnishment only for child support. EIP 2, there were no garnishments at all whatsoever, not even for child support. For the rebate recovery credit, there will be garnishments, and those garnishments will follow the same type of rules that we have for garnishments for refunds.
Okay. Then Ann writes, I renewed my car registration in December of 2020. This is one of those cases you're talking about. And I have not received my new tags. What do I do from here? I actually forgot about it until now.
Well, you know what's so interesting? So Anne, you're going to need to contact us. And so I actually had gone downstairs and I was talking with our vehicle registration team, and they happened to be answering the phone and opening up a drawer. We have a drawer full or two of vehicle registration tags that have been returned to us for whatever reason. Either the addresses on the mailers were not correct, or for whatever reason they were returned by the post office. They were not deliverable. So we do actually have some tags that were returned. So if you did register, and we may have mailed it to you, it may have come back. So I encourage Ann to go ahead and contact us by email. You can email us at pinadmin@revtax.guam.gov. That's actually our general email address that we have someone who is monitoring. And what they do is they go ahead and triage it to the right groups so that you can get that information.
Harvey writes, please ask Daphne why there is never any response from the tax office or her office to emails or phone messages.
So you know what? I do know that we do our best to get to those. I'll tell you, even I actually receive emails directly. I don't always respond to the emails directly, but I make sure that I communicate them to my team. We do our best. Sometimes we do call people and we do not get responses. And I know because I also, again, I'm part of the group that does, reach out and email and contact people. If you haven't received one, you know what? I suggest you resend it, and we'll, again, do our best to try to get to you.
Collections branch operating hours. Do we still need to make an appointment?
So, you know what? You can make an appointment with us for collections, again, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. But if you need to come to collections, we do have walk-in services from 8 to noon, Monday through Friday.
Okay. Anything in closing, Daph? Before I know your big day is tomorrow. Do you want to make one last push?
Sure. So you know what? So tomorrow, I want to just remind everybody, tomorrow is February 12th, 2021. Tomorrow is the first day that RevTax is going to be receiving both paper or manual filings and filings online for your Forms 1040. We will have walk-in services from 8 to 5 tomorrow if you need to file your return, and that's with no payment only. If you need to make a payment on your return, you can go ahead and go to the Treasurer of Guam at the ITC building and make a payment there. Or if you're able to file online, I highly recommend that people file online. We do have that option, and that will be open beginning tomorrow. If you file online, you can also make your payment online. In addition to that, I want to remind everybody that this is the first time that we will be offering on a mass basis direct deposits as an option for your refund. So you know what, we highly recommend that whether you file it by paper or you file online, that you go ahead and avail of that option. That's available. And that's, again, this is the first time we're doing it, and we're very excited. We did launch it in January for some of the 2019 returns. And, again, we're highly encouraging for people to do that. You know what, though, Chris, we're just looking forward to tomorrow. Our team is very excited. They're actually, they've been preparing for this, tax time. It's very busy for us, but it's an exciting time for us because we get the opportunity to help and serve our people. And it's nice for us to see people as well. So we're really looking forward to it. Again, 8 to 5 tomorrow. If you need a 1040, you could come drive in. If you need to file your form 1040, you can also drive in, and you can stay in your car and we'll go ahead and stamp it for you and you can drive off.
Jason?
Yeah, see, and that is why you've got so many comments. I'll take screenshots and I'll send them to you later on. But there's so many comments of people saying that you and your team are doing an excellent job, because in a time that would normally be very, very chaotic, very stressful and everything like that, you managed to lead your team, and you say you've got your team behind you and everybody's of the same mind. You guys are motivated and you guys are putting smiles on your faces because you know you're doing a good job for the community. So everybody appreciates that. Well done.
I know. Thank you so much, and have a great day, Jason and Chris and Sabrina. Have a great day, Guam.
Good luck
tomorrow. Thank you, Daphne.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, wait, Dav, sorry. Okay, we lost her. We'll get her. I'll text her. We did have a couple last questions here. Please recap the contact numbers and email address, Jay.
Okay. I put the contact numbers and the email address. Let me give you the website, and it's on there. It's myguamtax.com. Mm-hmm. So myguamtax.com, or you can go to govguamdocs.com/revtax. govguamdocs.com/revtax. And you can find all the contact information there. You can download the forms, and like Daph said, please file online. If that for whatever reason, if I can even spit that out, is not possible, then you can go there. They've got the drive-in thing. So
Hannah writes, how do the elderly use the free prep service? I believe it's by appointment. I'll go ahead and track down the director and get an answer on that. We'll take a quick break. Oh, here, I got some numbers, Jay. Yeah, like you said, guamtax.com. Number 635-1840 through 1842. And there's also 635-1857, 635-7603, 7604, and 635-7606. I'll just send this to you, Jay.
Okay, shoot.
There you go. Thanks, Dav, for standing in the batter's box and swinging away. Appreciate it. Thank you guys for your questions on our Facebook Live feed. If you did have a question and you want to put it in, we'll try and get it over the director and maybe get an answer that we can read out over the air tomorrow. It's Thursday, February 11th. This is The Link. We'll take a quick break, and we're coming back with Melanie Brennan, who's wearing two hats now, DYA and CPS. That's next right here on the show. Good morning.
Make it. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
Hafa Day, my name is Zena Cruz Vecina, a registered nurse with the Department of Public Health and Social Services. COVID-19 continues to be a very real threat to Guam. Wearing an appropriate cloth face covering in public is a simple and important way you can protect yourself and others on our island. During a pandemic, no single action will stop the spread of the virus. Wash your hands often with soap and water and stay 6 feet away from others. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at www.dphss.guam.gov.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
Just make sure that it's worth the while and that it feels alright. All good vibes. So won't you fly?
Jordan Hardy and the band Fat Tofu. I don't know how you guys like your tofu, but I like mine fat. It's Thursday, 11th day of February. This is the link on the breeze and on KUAM News' Facebook Live. We're not on TV this morning.
Yeah, we are covering the impeachment proceedings on both KUM TV 8 and TV 11. Some big things happening in the mainland, if that thing is.
That's a general way to put it.
Yeah.
There are things happening in America. Yeah. 7:37. Let's go to the Zoom room where we have Melanie Brennan from the Department of Youth Affairs and Child Protective Services. Of course, there was a state of emergency declared at CPS, and they kind of took that agency and put it under the purview of Melanie Brennan, who was already the Department of Youth Affairs director. As I guess because of the pandemic and the stay-home orders and various combinations of the shutdown and the lockdown, a lot of things got by us with CPS. It's really tragic, but I guess now we're playing catch-up, and Melanie Brennan's here to tell us all about it. Good morning, Melanie.
Hi, good morning, Chris. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I didn't even know, I know now, but I saw that you just did a super, super long interview with our very own Tyler Mantanani. So I guess we'll just start with, was there anything that you left out in that 30-minute interview that you want to kind of start with?
Actually, I think she pretty much covered everything. We came in, DYA came in with social workers, a supervisor, and an administrator and myself to assist CPS with the backlog of referrals. At least that was the focus. But quite obviously, there are other issues that led up to this huge backlog, which is even occurred even before the pandemic. And so I think just to make things clear, CPS is an overwhelmed agency. It has been overwhelmed for many years. And in fact, right now, if you look at the warm bodies, there's more vacancies at Child Protective Services than there are actually warm bodies to address these cases of maltreatment. And so, yes, we're working on the backlog, and we did get permission to bring in a group of Child Protective Service retirees, which they came in this week. They've been with us for 2 days already, and we've managed to vet many of the backlog of referrals. So it's a good thing, and we want to see how we can put these volunteer group, try to permanent them so that they can assist even with mentoring new workers.
That's some good news. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning. I'm sorry, Melanie, did you say what the number is in terms of how many cases are backlogged?
So initially, when the former CPS administrator reported to the lieutenant governor, she reported that of the 1,146 cases received in FY 2020 to December, which is like the first quarter of FY 21, she reported there was a total of 1,142 cases that were received. And of those received, only I think a little less than 200 had actually been properly vetted and assigned. So that left a number in upwards of, my calculations were 900, but she had indicated that there were 848 cases that were backlogged.
So just so you guys have 848 cases that you need to vet.
So actually, like I said, we just got access to the PH Pro, which is their electronic case management system, and we were able to revisit those numbers, and it was actually upwards of 900.
Oh. And since taking go ahead.
So with that, we started on the backlog when we arrived on January 25th, and so I want to say within the first week we had vetted close to 900, close to 90. And so just kind of like not only vetting them, but ensuring that even if they were inappropriate to CPS, that we made referrals, that we made contact with these families, these children, and linked them to services. So for example, if we got an inappropriate referral for teenage pregnancy, and it was, a consensual thing. It was a boyfriend and girlfriend type thing. We just wanted to ensure, we'd make those follow-up calls to ensure that the family, the teenager, pregnant teenager, and now probably newborn has the supports needed so the baby can thrive.
Well, what about like staffing and training?
So obviously, when you have such a high turnover rate, training is essential. And sometimes what we've seen is new employees often get thrown into the crisis unit. And without the proper training, that turnover rate is just going to be exacerbated. So one of the recommendations that we're putting together is really an onboarding package that includes not putting incoming CPS social workers in crisis and intervention. So it's basically making them, giving them assignments in other areas. So what we're also noticing is that there's, that everyone has a caseload, but there's disparities in caseloads. And so you really want to focus your resources where it's needed, at the most. If you have a particular section that does not have any cases, then you want to move those resources into the critical areas such as crisis and investigations.
Melanie,
and case management.
So we have 900 complaints that when you say they haven't been vetted, just walk me back. So for example, if I made a complaint about a case of abuse that I knew of, is my complaint one of these 900 that just was never followed up on? Is that what you're saying?
So there's an intake worker that receives all the referrals, and he does a preliminary assessment. So he's just one person, and what he does is, if it's crisis, if he deems it a crisis, then that gets acted upon. Remember, a lot of the crisis situations, Chris, they'll come in through the police department, and so we go out. CPS will go out. So what we're talking about are other referrals. So I will say that during the pandemic, there were a lot of educational neglect referrals, and it came from the schools because families weren't picking up hard packets or weren't in communication with the schools. And so those are the types of referrals that kind of sat and weren't looked at.
So we're not necessarily talking about, or are we in some cases talking about, people who make a complaint trying to help a child in a bad situation and nothing ever happens?
Well, like I said, most of the crisis situations that come through were immediately attended to. Now, there were situations where cases came in because someone in the community was concerned. They saw a child on the road, and that's all the information they had. So that would have come in through the intake worker, and he would have, if he didn't have enough information other than just, the child and maybe a description of the child and the place, then that would be deemed not as immediate, needing immediate attention because the caller did not have enough information for a worker to actually go out on.
So if anybody's listening or watching here this morning, Melanie, and they had made a complaint and they're kind of wondering whatever happened to it, what would you say to those people, those 900 people?
Yeah, I would say definitely call back, re-refer. We have people now, DYA is assisting. Some of the DYA social workers are actually going out on cases to do these follow-ups. So I just think it's important that we try to restore the faith in the system. The pandemic was challenging, as I've said. CPS has been overwhelmed for years. This is an opportunity. This emergency situation is an opportunity for us to recruit the needed social workers. Like Sabrina said, because of the turnover rate, we need to really ensure that these social workers are trained so they don't burn out and leave, after a few months. And so it's just, critically important to have proper onboarding, to have succession planning when someone leaves, and to just always ensure that the vacancies, the recruitment is ongoing.
Melanie, so when you mentioned that there were 900 some complaints that weren't addressed or vetted, and those complaints are reviewed by just one person, does that mean that one person is responsible for this, or are you just trying to say they were just so overwhelmed that?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. So there is one person currently assigned to intake. There are 3 people assigned to crisis, and so those individuals go out, and there's also a rotation of officers after hours on the weekends, on holidays that go out, and that includes the whole, not only the other supervisors, but other social workers as well. And then there's an investigation unit. Those are the individuals that go out when it's not a crisis, but the referral needs attention. So they go out and they determine whether or not these cases are substantiated, unsubstantiated, if the family, if the child needs placement, other than in the home. And then is the case management unit. The case management unit are the ones that manage these cases long term. They do permanency plans and ensure throughout, the child's, intersection with CPS that, that they go to the court hearings, that, that they're, the family's complying with service plans. So, it's more than just crisis intervention. It's a lot of case management.
So do we now have more than one person handling the intake?
Well, yes, we have DYA social workers there to augment staff. And as we speak, I believe there's a couple of interviews today and tomorrow.
How many people do you plan on hiring?
16 total for the, well, if you include the administrator who retired on the Friday of the week I came in, then 17.
Are these social work positions or entry level?
So there is one supervisory position. There are several entry level, and entry level at CPS is a social worker 2. Okay. And there are several social worker 3 positions. And there's some administrative assistant positions.
How long is it going to take to train them?
So, when we first came on board, we interviewed all the staff from the different, the line workers from all the different sections. And we got Carol Hinkle Sanchez from the Attorney General's office to come in next week for supervisory training. That's key. You need to give proper guidance to your workers. I mean, that will aid in the burnout, in preventing burnout. If they have proper guidance and constant guidance, these cases take an emotional toll on the social workers. Just in speaking with them the first week, and when they talk about cases, they really need to ensure that that we take care of their mental health as well. I mean, that was pretty noticeable.
Right. Yeah, and that was kind of on my next one. So we're hearing that there was also a high turnover, and that a lot of the social workers were overwhelmed, having problems dealing with the burden of working and the pandemic and all that stuff. So, is there any kind of like counseling for those people who are out here, just being overwhelmed with what they have to do?
I'm sorry, I only heard part of your question. I know that that everybody's experiencing a lot of anxiety in these kind of uncertain times, right? Even, just me in my own personal life. And so what we've done with Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness, we have a great partnership. And in fact, that first week that I came on board to CPS to assist, I asked Therese Ariola, hey, what can we do for our social workers? And she's offered some of her own social workers just to come out and speak with some of the CPS social workers and the DYA social workers that are really looking at all these cases. I've only been there. This will be my 14th day, but out of 13 days, there were over like 15 kids that had to be placed, in homes other than their parents. And so this is the kind of work that, when you leave work, you just constantly think about it. And it's hard work, and sometimes it's dangerous work. When you look at the trends of the allegations or the referrals that involve parental drug use, these social workers need proper training and need to ensure that they're working in tandem with the Guam Police Department before some of the child welfare checks that they do. And so that kind of coordination is a daily thing, and it's stressful, and it takes an emotional toll, and it's dangerous. And so it's not a job for everyone. And again, they need the support. You have to have a really supportive family, because you're not working just 8 to 5. You're working on the weekends, you're pulled away during holidays. And so we believe that it's critically important to be mentally healthy. And so one of the ways is collaborating with Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness and attending to secondary trauma.
Is there a language assistance program?
So the language assistant, every agency should have a language assistance program. I know for even DYA, we tend to use the court system. And that is one of the concerns that was brought up. We currently have one Chuki social worker, and he expressed that, I feel overwhelmed because anytime, we have a family that's of a certain ethnicity, they call on me. And so I have to drop whatever I'm doing, to go and assist. And so that's what we're looking at. We're looking at really having a diverse workforce and trying to address that issue. But yeah, it's a high turnover rate for so many reasons.
The 15 children you said that were placed in foster care, is that right?
So Sabrina, foster care is inclusive of kinship placement or relative placement. And as you know, we can cause more trauma to a child or to children if we remove them, and if they're siblings, and we remove them to separate homes. So the first thing that social workers must do when they have to make that hard determination of exertion or removal is to really look at relative placement, somebody that children or a child is familiar with, because it is a hard time for the kid. And you just want to, like our message is we want to cause less harm. We want to protect the child. And sometimes that means that we're going to have to remove a child. And so really kinship placement is the best placement. There's only 41 foster homes currently, and 71 children are in those foster homes. So the majority of our kids are placed outside in relative placement. And we always want to try and get these relative placement license for foster care so they get the needed foster care payment assistance to help in raising someone else's child.
So yes, but the 15 children that were placed in kin care or relative care, are they from the 90 that just got vetted out of the 900 or so backlog since last year?
No, those were, I believe a couple of them were current case management cases, and placement broke down where they were staying. And then there was one just yesterday with 4. And so a lot of times it's families. And so that is why the numbers are so high. But no, in answer to it wasn't part of the backlog. These are new cases or current cases.
Have you had any new cases since you took over?
Did I have any new cases?
Yeah, have you had any new cases since you took over?
Oh, how many new cases? I'm sorry. So on average, we receive, it's still kind of slow, but on average, we receive 3 to 15 referrals a day. Some of them can be duplicate referrals, and some of them are vetted as inappropriate. But yeah, those are the numbers. Mm-hmm. So what we've done is because of the backlog, we've assigned the DYA social worker to address the new cases and to turn them over as quickly as we can, assign them. And the CPS social worker is still addressing the backlog of cases. So that way we won't have a current backlog.
Mm-hmm. During the pandemic, was anybody working?
With CPS?
Yes.
Yes. As you know, the referrals came in, and we have a number of referrals, and they were being inputted in the system. People were working.
So, Melanie, I mean, just to kind of go back, because I know we had a couple interviews since you took over. Who's responsible for these 900 complaints? I mean, is it a mix of just bad leadership, mismanagement, or it's a casualty of the pandemic? Because it seems pretty egregious.
It is egregious. And again, a referral isn't just a referral. A referral is a child or children, and it's a concerned citizen or a mandated reporter that's reporting it. And that is why the governor, this administration, put out that emergency order so we could get in there and right away address the problem. Now, I know you guys are asking about personnel issues, and I've already listed. There's a number of things, a lot of factors that created this, and it was not only the pandemic, but I'm sure the pandemic only exacerbated it. So in reference to personnel issues, things are ongoing, and I really can't speak to that at the moment or ever.
So someone got in trouble. I got you. Okay. As long as we know someone got in trouble, then that's fine. Bree?
No, it's just kind of sad to hear about all of this, and to hear that 900 cases. just sitting there.
Yeah. So what, Melanie, when you look at these 900 cases, what are you just like going down the line? How many of them are you able to address per day, and how long do you anticipate before you're caught up with these 900 referrals?
So, that's a great question, because where did we start? We came into a pile of referrals and files. And so understanding that they came through intake, that they were received by intake, we know and we understand that there were preliminary assessments. So it was kind of vetting it by pulling out those that, required like 24-hour, 72-hour responses, taking those first, and then the inappropriate ones, of course, just looking at those and setting those in the pile for the family support services to link to services. So really it is just taking a look at what the intake worker and the preliminary assessments of the intake worker were done.
Okay. And just real quickly, I know you said that you guys need foster parents. What are the requirements? Where do they go? What information do people need if they want to step up and they want to help?
Thank you, Bree. Yeah, I'm always going to end with that. If you're interested, if you have room in your heart and home, please call 475-2653. The requirements are that, that you want to help, that you have care, but you also have to undergo a home study to make sure that the home is appropriate. Of course, you can't be a registered sex offender or have a registered sex offender in your home, but they do actually come out and interview you.
All right, 475-2653, right?
Yeah, and I just want to assure the public that, we are entertaining all referrals. We do understand that there was huge issue. And so if you are part of the community and you know of, or you feel that a child is or children are in danger, please call 735-3505.
Thank you, Melanie.
Thank you too. You guys have a nice day.
God bless you and good luck and Godspeed. Do it for the children. Thank you.
Stay
Take
safe.
care.
Okay.
Bye.
Yeah, that's just
Heartbreaking.
it is. And like Melanie had said, and we covered this in a previous interview with her, these aren't just referrals, pieces of paper. They're not. They're kids' lives. And what's frustrating is we encourage people to report these things, and they were doing that, and nothing was getting done. To the point, like 100 complaints, I could understand. That's kind of reasonable, right? Like, okay, 100 complaints. Oh, there was COVID. But 900 freaking complaints? I don't get it. Someone needs to be, well...
Did she say the administrator retired or...
Well,
the
somebody
day that
left.
she-
Yeah, somebody left, and from what she's saying, it sounds like there was some kind of personnel action. But I want to see like blood in the streets over this. You know what I mean?
The CPS, they've actually always been short-staffed.
Of course, right. But this has got to be.
Somebody has to prioritize this. It needs to be a priority, and I guess the governor came in and she saw what happened, what was happening, or what was not happening. Excuse me. And moved it over to DYA.
It's 8 o'clock. We're KUAM FM, Magatni, Guam. This is The Breeze on the radio side. Good morning to our Facebook Live viewers on the way. JQ with the Guam International Airport Authority. We got to take a really quick break, and we're coming back with Sijulan Algun, who has a new book. Sijulan. It's got a new book that's coming out. It's called The Properties of Perpetual Light. It's good stuff, deep stuff. And you can actually pre-order it with the UOG Press, and we'll tell you how to get it. And going with Julian and Victoria from the UOG Press next, right here on the link. It's Thursday, the 11th day of February. Good morning.
Make it through the half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together. And we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
And I mean, when Melanie says that there's one guy who was responsible for reviewing all of those referrals, I'm thinking, like, if I'm that one guy, wouldn't you be, like, after a couple hundred, like, oh, guys, I need some help here. Children's lives are at stake. Just how does it get to that level?
How do you know he wasn't, though? Or
Yeah, I mean,
the
yeah.
individual wasn't?
We don't know. But I just can't even, to quote a phrase, I just can't even. I mean, 900? Damn, that's 9 complaints is too many.
She said over 1,100 received in FY 2020.
Yep.
Through December.
And I mean, I just, can't even, because every election, what is it you hear? Oh, the children, and this is, I mean, it's 8:06, Thursday, February 11th. Just want to go over some of the praise that has come out in advance of the release of Julian Uggin's book, The Properties of Perpetual Light. A powerful, beautiful book. It's fierce love of the land, the ocean, the elders, and the ancestors, warms the heart and moves the spirit. That bit of praise, I don't know if you guys know Alice Walker, Color of Purple, but yeah, that's heavy. That's pretty.
that really is in the literary community. That's praise from Caesar right there.
Yeah.
I would be like, oh my god, oh my god.
Ow. I bet Julian was like, oh my god, oh my god. Is that a direct quote?
Yeah.
He was. Yeah, he was.
Sabrina Salas says about this book, OMG, OMG, OMG.
We also, there's another one here, a breathtaking book, and I mean it. This book took my breath away. The Properties of Perpetual Light is so alive with passion, wisdom, and heart. You can almost feel its pulse, a call not only for justice, but for a brand new covenant with our world. That from Junot Diaz, the author of A Brief Wondrous Life of Oscar Wilde.
Wow.
A Pulitzer Prize winner for fiction. And then we have Naomi Klein, who wrote The Shock Doctrine, and This Changes Everything. She writes, I did not know I needed this book until it had me in its embrace, like the oldest and dearest of friends from the very first page, overflowing with warmth and wisdom and defying all categorization. The Properties of Perpetual Light is philosophy, poetry, memoir, history, and self-help for humanity. With bottomless love for his people in place, Uggan guides us through a portal to the Pacific, sharing deep insights earned from life on the existential knife's edge.
Wow.
Day.
Way to go, Julian.
Wow.
You know, Chris, I just want to say, as someone who grew up reading, I thought the best praise was when Clive Barker wrote, like his scary books, and it said, I've seen the future of horror, and it's Clive Barker from Stephen King.
Right, yeah.
That blows that away. Julian,
yeah.
well deserved, bro.
Let me just add my own review. It's cherry. It's cherry. Okay.
It would be, Chris Barnett says this book is badass.
It's cherry. All right. Julian, I know that you're going to read a selection from the book, but I want to say that it does defy all categorization, and I was kind of thumbing through the advanced copy, thank you, last night, and it's a bit of prose, it's a bit of free-form expression, there's some essays, there's definitely some poetry in here. So let's kind of start there, right? I think when a lot of people sit down and I don't know if you had this, like, eureka, where I want to write a book, but usually when people sit down and they want to write a book, it's like they're writing a book. But this is it's more of a collection, I think, of it's an anthology, but usually anthologies are from different writers, and this is like an anthology of your stuff. So, was that kind of what you wanted to do when you went in on this?
Actually, can you hear me?
Yeah. Good morning.
Okay. Good morning, all of you. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. So I actually had no idea what I wanted out of it. I had no sort of preconceived notion of what I was doing. All I know is 2020 was hard as hell, for me and for everybody else, and I just felt like, and I also felt a lot of rage about like a variety of issues happening on Guam. And I was like, wow, I need to put this rage somewhere, so that's what it started. It started from just like an expression of love and rage. And I realized the more I wrote about things I never intended to write about ever. Like I have never written about my father's death, and I didn't know that I would ever do that. And for some reason, something about last year, there was just so much loss, and I was like, man, we have experienced so many different kinds of loss here, and so I always, I also sort of remembered something that, like this insight from feminism, that the personal is political, like what about your own life? What can you pull from your own life, to try to like share with others, to try to get through this, whatever this is, this collective sense of mourning, this collective loss that we've experienced, and so I just started writing about all these experiences I've had to, since losing my father at 9 years old, to working for Mother Teresa as a very young teenager, not knowing what the hell I was doing in India, working for her, like not knowing anything. And, and then also meeting famous authors in bookstores and trying to talk to them, but being so shy, being a young teenager, you reach for your words and they're not there. When you're really young and you don't really know, you're struggling with self-identity and everything, you reach for language, and sometimes it's just not there. And so I kind of wanted to write, and then I realized what I was doing. So like halfway through, I was like, oh, I think I'm writing a book for young people who are trying to reach for language to graft themselves onto the world, but they can't find it, in the process of that. So it's almost like an homage to the work that, writer activists do, the work of bearing witness. That's what, yeah.
I don't know which piece you were going to read, but I was kind of looking over this one here, Julian. Zugu means yoke. And there's a piece here, it kind of reminded me of something. You're talking about the death of your father in this one, right? And it reads, my sister, we all bore that heaviness, my sister most of all. I know this because once when I was 10 and she was 11, I found her outside in the middle of the night wearing nothing but my dad's old shirt, which she had washed one too many times and which she said no longer smelled like him. Though it had been only 1 year since he died, I was beginning to be able to read the signs. I could see the emptiness in her eyes. I changed my prayer right then and there. I prayed for her wings, not mine. I mean, deep stuff kind of sounds like a cliche, But this really reminded me of after high school, I went off to the States just to, I don't know what I was doing, but my mom had asked me to wear a shirt. And then when I left, she took that shirt and she never washed it for the whole time I was gone. So it kind of struck a chord with me. But there's just so much in here, man, from the personal to the political. And it just really covers all the bases. It's a tremendous piece of work.
I didn't get the digital copy, but I do know.
That was very subtle, by the way.
I do know, though. It's got to be really good because I remember when you gave your speech at the University of Guam graduation. I don't think there was a dry eye in the room or for anybody watching it online. So I really can't wait to read it. And so just based on the feedback and the reviews that you've gotten, I mean, how does it make you feel? I mean, you've got all of this that was in your head and you put it out and you're getting ready to put it out into the universe.
That's a great question. You feel very vulnerable, I actually returned to such a vulnerable place in my life. That essay that Chris wrote, actually, I didn't even really realize I had a book here until I wrote that essay. I mean, that's to me like that essay, Zuku means yoke. I'm even talking about the root word, where jigo comes from, right. Heaviness, this as in to carry a burden or, or to bear a heaviness. And I wrote about that and I was like, yeah, so I didn't know, I had a book until I wrote that. And then I was like, I just kept getting more and more sort of personal. I was like, I'm going to try to do what Toni Morrison, the great Black writer. She said, our lives are already artful. They're just waiting for us to turn them into art. So I was like, I got this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to try to take everything, that I've experienced just from childhood till now, and try to turn it into something. And when you do that, right, it's so personal. It's so deeply personal. It's intimate and vulnerable. And you don't know if you're crazy as hell. You don't know. You don't really know what anyone in the world will think of it. So as soon as Alice Walker wrote back to me, I was like, okay, this is something. This is a real book. This book can live in the world, and help other young people everywhere. That's my hope. And so, yeah, I didn't know in the beginning that people would understand it because it's so much sort of like this collage that you're making in your own head. And then when you give it to you, share it with others, because people, I thought they would be like, what is this? This is almost anarchy. Like these pieces are not necessarily connected. Right. They're just like random pieces of writing, but I think they are connected. And I think once she wrote that and she was like, and so we've had a back and forth on email. It's been really amazing. She's been Alice Walker wrote The Color Purple, but also she wrote my favorite book from childhood, from college, In Search of Our Mother's Gardens, Womanist Prose. And so that book had such a huge impact on me. And so to now be in conversation with one of your heroes, it's like wild.
So what, you're like BFFs with Alice Walker now?
Well, not BFFs. I wish she's like, oh, it's just, I just want to, I don't know, hang out with her and cook for her or something.
Right, yeah.
So we've been talking about food. So I was just telling her about various things that, that we should cook together once we get together, because that's the plan,
Julian, was this like a start to finish process when you just had that idea? I want to do a book. Did you just start from scratch, and how long did it take, or did you have some existing pieces from before that you threw in?
I had some existing pieces. The piece that Bree you just talked about, the fighting words, it's the 2018 commencement. I used that. So I used about 4 old pieces, I think, roughly. I can't remember. I think around 4 or 5 pieces, and I recalibrated them. I kind of like redid them. I added footnotes. And by the way, I don't mean footnotes in a sort of boring academic sense of like what footnotes can be.
Yeah.
I tried to use footnotes in very intimate ways. I mean, the whole book is structured that way. Like I tried to do this thing in my mind where I could eliminate all the distance between the writer and the reader so that we could be in it together. So the book is really an invitation. It's like an opening of a door. And I'm trying to invite the readers in and it's not about my life. It's really not. Like I'm using my life to try to communicate some ideas I have about human beings and how we relate to each other and how we could build a better world together if we were just a little bit more honest, had a little bit more integrity, had a little bit more truthfulness with each other, But it's really about you. It's about all of you, the readers, to come in and do it and look at your own life. I mean, I think that's what I tried to do, if that makes sense. Like this. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna ask Victoria, like Julian said, you opened the door, you walked in, you looked at the book. Where did you go? Where did it take you?
Oh gosh, everywhere. I've had the honor of knowing Julian since we were both really young writers at PDN's Vibe. That's where we met. And so I feel like we've been on an interesting journey together, where our lives intersect at these really unique points. So like another time we were both in college and we went to protest at Fort Benning, the School of the Americas, where they train like Latin American soldiers to kill each other. And so there I am, and like Julian singing on a stage, and like I'm like, oh my God, there's another person from Guam. So we have all these intersections in our lives at really key moments that I think were pivotal for us. And so to receive his book in the middle of COVID and to see, especially Sugut means yoke, particularly the same way that he felt. There's a book here. As soon as I read that piece, I felt the electricity of it. And I said, we need this book. And I really, really hope that he'll work with us to bring it to life because, I really got fugu reading that piece. I felt it, and I felt it at a moment where I think people want to feel connected. And so I think what he said is really true. It does have a lot of rage, but it has a lot of love. And I think that even in those points where we are forced, we need to feel angry about the things that have happened to us, but we need to love each other through it. And I think this book gives you not just his own experiences, but also other books that he's read that have helped get him through. So I think for young readers, it's almost like it gives you so much more, right? He gives you his soul, he gives you his heart, but he also gives you the books that have become his best friends so that you never feel lonely on the journey. And that's kind of, for me, just working with him has been the most exciting thing, is imagining what this will do for others.
Right. And yeah, I mean, Julian, when you talk about what it'll do for others, I mean, it's no secret. And, you're like activist royalty, right? So many people in the activist community, and I see you shaking your head, but it is what it is, right? I mean, a lot of young people look up to you for just the struggles you've fought with decolonization, just with the military buildup. So when you kind of carry in your personal life, when you kind of carry that around, is there any like pressure at all you feel that if I put something out, it's just got to be like a total mic drop?
No, I don't know. Like, I mean, it depends. I feel kind of differently when it comes to my legal work. I'm just like, yep, get back. I'm just like very much like focused, in a way that's, I feel like I'm trying to have the cold precision of an assassin's bullet, But when I'm writing, it's different. It's hella different. It's like personal and warm, and I'm trying to build a fire, to warm as many bodies as possible, So it's different, and it's very loving, and it's very. But I think the thing that's a little interesting is that I don't know, like for me, I consider myself a writer first and foremost, a person who uses language, really thoughtfully. That's what I think writer does. But honestly, I never have time to write. I'm a full-time lawyer. I have a law practice. I take on big cases. We take on huge extractive industries in Melanesia, like deep sea mining, self-determination here. We work with West Papua. They have a national liberation movement ongoing. We try to basically do other, and it's super busy. And like, I can't even ever get the time. So 2020 was very, almost like the universe conspired in this weird way in my own tiny personal life, because I finally had some peace and quiet and some distance from everyone else. And I think I couldn't have written this book, with everyone else's, noise in my ear. Like, this book was really different. It's very, very personal. So I had to get really quiet, and I was able to do it, I think, in part because of all that distance. Right. We were all, isolated. But yeah, I tried to, I don't feel that much pressure with this. I think this is different. I feel a lot more pressure with the law. Right. If that makes sense.
Man, Victoria, my WhatsApp's blowing up. People are, and you told me not to share the digital copy with anyone. So I'm sorry, Sabrina. But I did just send it to Sabrina. But she is literally the only other. I didn't even send it to my daughter, so there you go.
Julian, you're not a copyright lawyer, are you, Julian?
No.
Okay,
Right.
Plausible deniability for Mr. Barnett.
Right. No, but Victoria, people are hitting me up on WhatsApp, and they're like, how do we get a copy? How do we get a copy? So let's just get to there. How do we get a copy, and when?
Sure. So the book officially launches on March 29th. But before then, we are taking pre-orders. So local pre-orders with the pickup option. If you just go to our website, it's uog.edu/UOG Press. And then, there's lots of promotion for the book on the homepage. But we've also set up a landing page with the help of PDN, actually. It's php.guampdn.com /UOG-press /pre-order. I know that's a mouthful, so honestly, go to our website, uog.edu /UOG press. Julian also has a website. It's just simply julianuggan.com, and it's very clear. It says for Guam orders, pre-order here. And it'll take you immediately to that landing page as well. For off-island and international orders, we're working with a book distributor, Itasca Books. So if you go to Itasca Books, they've also got it on Amazon. It'll be available in all major booksellers across the country. So it's already available through Barnes & Noble, for example. But for local orders, please order with us at UOG Press. When you get to the pre-order page, you'll pay through PayPal. And it'll say $8 shipping, but if you actually click on the link, it gives you a pickup option that's free. So, and we'll immediately send a confirmation email with instructions on how to pick it up. But of course, we're about 6 weeks out until the launch. So, we'll be promoting it again around the time of the launch. Once the book launches, it will be available in all local bookstores, our UOG Triton bookstore, and through UOG Press, and of course, all these places online. Right. So lots of options to order it. And we're planning to do an actual televised launch and live launch on the evening of March 29th with PBS Guam at 7 p.m. And then Julian is already kind of doing a book tour, so to speak. He's been asked to speak at American University tomorrow. Nice. He's speaking with the Guam Library Association today, or the Guam Library Conference today. And Dr. Kreis will be hosting in his presidential lecture series, Julian, on Thursday, March 4th at 6 p.m. So we'll be putting all of these announcements out on our website, on our social media pages. So if you just look for UOG Press on Facebook or Instagram, and julianuggan.com will regularly be updated with his book tour schedule.
Victoria, I don't want to take too much shine away from Julian. I know he's going to read a piece coming up, but I just wanted to commend the UOG Press and just everything at UOG, everything you guys have done to corral all these young voices. There are just so many. I mean, you go through any storyboard or any of the publications that UOG Press does. I mean, from the legends, right? You guys got a great book on the legends in English and Chamorro, and just being able to kind of collate all these young voices and their writing into just all the books that you guys have. I just wanted to commend you because I feel like that's a huge accomplishment because it's important to document these voices. We don't really have a lot of documentation from back in the day, so just wanted to give you props on that.
Thank you guys also for giving everybody voice on the air every morning. Me and my kids happily tune in.
Oh, yeah, day. All right, Julian. So
Yeah, we might need a bigger screen though for Julian because he's blowing up. Yeah, day. Congratulations.
So what are you going to read for
No,
us?
I want to quickly.
Go ahead, go ahead.
I just want to quickly add on to that, Chris, because seriously, UOG Press has been. I mean, Lola's been a rock star. The whole process has been really empowering and uplifting and expedited. So she's really worked so hard. Her and her team at UOG Press, they've really been amazing to work with. And I encourage all these other writers, to check them out.
Right on. Okay, so you're going to do a little.
Sure.
What?
Yeah, I'll do one. I'll do just one of the shortest pieces in the book.
Okay.
This is like a super short because I know your time is precious, but this is an important piece. It means a lot to me, and it's sort of from that same era. I wrote a few of these pieces in some ways in a child's voice because they were sort of like me recalling or recollecting a moment in childhood. So, ready? Okay. This is the first time I've ever read from the book, so this is cool. This piece is called Mugo. They say if you take the mugo from a dog's eyes and rub it into your own, you can see the dead. They lied. I know because I tried. After Dad died, rubbed more mugo in my eyes than I care to admit. And that's not the crazy thing. The crazy thing is I didn't have a dog, so I settled for strays. Chased those poor dogs all around the neighborhood. Because beggars can't be choosers. Because desperation, like belief, is a powerful thing. And because I was 10 and could not yet put 2 and 2 together. I somehow thought if I could see my dad, I could speak to him too. Ask him all my questions. Do you like heaven? Are you and God friends? Do you miss us? Do you miss me? Do you still have a body? Is it chubby like before cancer or skinny like after? What's your favorite food? Mine is cheese. Is yours? Is that because Saka, our family name on your side, means rat? What about Uggan? My teacher said Uggan refers to the family of tubers, as in taros and yams. Why is tuber such a weird word? And how are we related to taros and yams? How exactly? Can you help Mom? All she does is walk around sad and cry in that scary way where she shakes but don't make no sound. Also, she faints a lot. Also, can you help Ria? She don't talk no more. She don't laugh. It's too quiet in the house. Can you come back and make it noisy again? I chased those poor dogs for nothing. I never saw him. Never got to ask him all my questions. The medical term for mugo is rheum, a fancy word for eye gunk, the crust that collects in the corners of our eyes sometimes after a good night's sleep. A natural part of healthy eye function, doctors say, nothing more. But then, doctors don't know everything. Thank you.
Biba the dads. Julian, thank you. Victoria, thank you so much. We'll get you guys on again before the official launch, but the pre-order link, we put it in the comments.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you can scroll up
And please do, Julian and Vicky, please do make sure to check out our Facebook live stream because Julian, you have so much support and praise and people just like so appreciative of your gift to really truly understand the human condition and to be able to articulate that. People are, giving you all sorts of hearts in the comments. So please go in there and read some of them because they're very, very appreciative of your gift.
And just for the record, there was just a little Finnedenny in my eye. It wasn't anything
Well,
that.
I will say you guys are the first to have a live reading from Julian.
Yes!
So
There you go.
we're very happy that we were able to do this here and with you before he read to anywhere else.
Thank
So
you.
Thank
Thank
you
you
guys
so
for
much.
coming on.
Thank you, Julian.
Congratulations.
That's that. Hey, Victoria, and again, like I give you my commitment that advance copy isn't going anywhere. I only sent it to Sabrina. So if
It's
it
not
pops
going
up,
anywhere. I know what
Okay.
I'm doing today.
Yeah.
All
right. Thank you, guys.
All right, well, enjoy it. We'll
That's
see you
the-
guys
All right.
soon.
That's the okay.
Bye, John.
Yes. Well,
Oh, I can't wait to read it.
That
can't
was
wait to read it.
amazing. No, you know that.
Is he
that-
doing an audiobook?
good
I
idea.
like the audiobook version.
Yeah.
No, you know that also that really resonated with me too because having lost my father 3 years ago, like I said, I mean he's got that ability to really tap into feelings that we all feel, but not everybody can really truly know how to express or even want to go there.
Yeah.
And you know, it kind of like took me back to like, man, if I could actually just have one more conversation with my dad, what would I say? How would I prepare? What would I ask? Or would I just like let it fly? So that, I mean, that's really, really deep. I mean, he has the gift, like I said.
Yep, he does, and the way he wrote it from like a child's perspective.
Yeah.
That was just so deep because children, man, very simple. They don't use a lot of big words, but it's always profound in the simplicity of their thoughts and their emotions. And
Like
feelings.
they say, from the mouths of babes speak flow words of wisdom.
There you go. 8:32. Let's keep it in the KUAM News Zoom room again. That link to pre-order
Yes.
is up there. You guys can scroll up and
UOG.edu/UOG press. JQ,
Right on.
tough act to follow, my friend.
yeah, JQ, you got any poetry or what?
And it, Julian left me speechless, so
Yeah, okay.
that was awesome. And I do know Julian and his family personally, so
So no, you don't
I
have
still
any
remember
poetry.
him as a young boy singing the national anthem at big events.
Right,
So he was,
right. Yeah.
He sang it when President Clinton came to Guam.
That's right.
That's correct.
But he's all grown up now. All right, JQ. So I remember when you messaged me, hey, what are we going to talk about so I could be prepared? There was about 85 different things that I sent you. So I guess we'll just start with testing at the airport. Where are we with that? And what has the conversation been with the surgeon cell on your efforts to kind of test?
Right. Because I know that when you were last on here, you were mentioning, oh yeah, we're going to start the rapid testing on a Monday, but then I don't think that happened.
Right, and of course, all of the things that we do is dependent on what public health approves and stuff. So at that time when we talked, I guess public health was going through trying to get what CDC is going to come out with and so forth. And then of course with the new President Biden's executive order, things change where folks traveling from an international destination going into a U.S. destination, that the airlines now, before putting these passengers or getting these passengers to board the aircraft, that they validate that they do have a negative COVID test before they can board the aircraft. So that has changed the way that public health is giving our guidance. So we're still awaiting guidance because right now, like for example, coming in from Philippines, they won't let you board the aircraft unless you have a negative COVID test. But even if you have a negative COVID test and you do arrive on Guam, you still have to go to quarantine, and that's still the guidance coming in. Regardless if you have a COVID test, negative COVID test, within 5 days, they still send you to quarantine, and you'll still test out on your 6th day. If you're negative, then they'll still release you to complete your quarantine at home.
So is that just off the table now that we don't need to do rapid testing anymore?
I don't think it's off the table. We're just waiting for the latest of what CDC is going to give public health on what kind of guidance, because it did change with already requiring the airlines to make sure that these folks are tested before they get on, before they come to the U.S. So that has it's changed since we first started to trying to put the testing upon arrival at the airport.
Okay. So tell us how you guys are planning, because GVB, we had Uncle Carl on what was a week ago, and the plan that they are, or the target they're looking at the reopening of tourism is April.
Right.
So, right. So have you had any conversations with GVB on what needs to be done at the airport?
Really, the conversation, we can go back and forth with GVB. We're trying to be proactive because we need these passengers to come into Guam. We need visitors to come into Guam. But as things change day to day with CDC and public health, especially now with the new variant that is out there, we keep changing. It keeps changing and changing, and so. Where I'm concerned, I brought up the issue now with folks coming in from Honolulu, because Honolulu now has at least 18 positives of the new variant. Wow. And we're only one leg away. All it takes is one of those folks from the 18 that expose somebody else to get on that aircraft and come to Guam, and here we are, right? And so, yeah, day to day it changes.
Right. And have you heard anything, because Hawaii, they're not part, they're a part of the U.S., so they're not subject to the CDC guideline, right? If you're coming in from an international destination into the U.S., you have to have that negative PCR test. Are you hearing that a push that we're going to have to test everybody coming in from anywhere, including and most especially at this point, Hawaii?
Right. So that's what, and that's where, the governor's stance is right now, regardless of where you're coming in. She's still standing firm on folks going to quarantine, and we see it. We see the stats that it is working. We're catching folks that are arriving, and upon testing, they're testing positive. Matter of fact, we had people that came in that tested negative, and then based on their travels coming in, got exposed somewhere between their travel from wherever they started to coming to Guam, got exposed and tested positive on their 6th day. So the quarantine procedures that are that we are enforcing here in Guam is working.
Right. Yeah. Right. We don't even, I know that when we've had conversations with Dr. Cabrera and I believe even Dr. Hoa, that we're not going to change our quarantine protocols. Everybody's still going to have to do.
Especially with the new variant, man. That thing is scary.
Yeah.
It's so scary.
Well, I mean, the good thing, though, is that we have sent out some samples to CDC. We're just waiting for the results, and then the agreement now that's in place, where Dr. Cabrera said it's going to be where we are going to be able to do it on a routine basis, sending out samples to CDC to do that genomic sequencing. So, right. I mean, at least that's in place.
Yeah, I think we're just awaiting the results of those samples to see.
Yeah, I think we're all bracing ourselves.
Right. Because we saw.
Yeah, and all I can say, for everyone, you guys do it day to day. I see it in your newscast. So mask up, social distancing, and wash your hands. But the key is also to add on, please get vaccinated. We got a lot of folks that are still hesitant to do it because they don't know what the side effects are. But I think when you put the pros and cons together, there are more pros to get vaccinated than there are cons. And then you think about it not only for yourself, but for your family members.
So where are you with your staff in terms of getting vaccinated?
I would say about 60% of, at least 60% of my staff have been vaccinated. The other 40% are those folks, and these are the frontliners. They still haven't given us the opportunity for the folks that are not frontliners. For example, our admin folks or the people that are not exposed to the public. They haven't been given that opportunity yet to go and get vaccinated, or they haven't met their age requirement, right? So those folks still hasn't. But the ones that the frontliners that we have, at least 60% of them have been vaccinated and got their second dose already. And so we're still working on those folks that are hesitant, and those are, the younger folks, and those are the ones that are still waiting to see what are the side effects that other folks are getting. And to this day, I have not heard of anyone. I did ask, anyone that has been vaccinated on Guam, first and second dose, have we got anybody that turned positive after they got their vaccination? So I have not got that response yet, but I did ask the question because that would help us when we go to our people to hey, consider getting vaccinated again. It's not mandatory, but please consider getting vaccinated because it's not only for you, but it's for your family and for your coworkers.
I hear you.
I wanted to ask about that. So if you could just take us from the genesis to where we're at now, but there was something reported with a gambling bust, and was it airport police being investigated for this, JQ?
So, I'm going to say the statement, right? And I have to stick with the statement. So, GIA is aware of all the allegations of employee misconduct. And of course, we're investigating these allegations, and it's taking appropriate actions when necessary. And, because it's a personnel matter, I can't comment further on that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, is it police officers gambling? Is it ARF gambling? Is it, I don't know. You can't even say that? We're not asking for names.
Yes.
Does it involve
as a whole? And so, because of that, I can't comment further.
There's an ongoing investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Local?
Can't comment further.
Damn, you're good, Sabrina.
Anybody terminated?
Yes.
How many?
Can't comment further, ma'am.
Do they wear a badge?
Can't comment further.
When were they terminated?
I can't comment further.
When was this complaint made?
Like I said, anything to do with this, the allegations and the investigation, I cannot be able to comment.
Has any other entity other than the airport taken a look at this?
Like I said, I can't comment further.
Was it Texas Hold'em, or was it a cockfighting, or what was it?
I mean, we keep going around, and I have to stick with that statement because of the ongoing investigation.
That's just interesting. Yeah. But so you can't say it was gambling?
Yes, ma'am. I can't comment. But there are allegations out there. I still can't comment.
Right. Okay. So what's going to happen when the investigation's completed? What will be done with the findings?
Once all that is done, then maybe we can comment from there. But until such time, we're still have to stay in our position that we can't comment until that time has come.
Wait, so how long has this been under investigation?
Man, I wish I can comment, but I can't.
Are any high-ranking members of your staff, maybe even police or ARF, anybody involved?
Can't comment, ma'am.
How would you address those people who would look at this and say, oh, it's allegations involving the airport, they can't comment, but then they're investigating themselves?
From my statement earlier, we are taking all of these very seriously, and we are taking the appropriate actions when necessary.
Should the community be concerned about what's happened, what's transpiring? I mean, how concerned should we be?
we are, like I said, we're taking it where necessary, and we'll definitely we are taking appropriate actions where necessary, and it will be dealt with convincingly.
Ooh, convincingly. Was it Super Bowl betting?
Can't comment, man.
All right.
All right. You don't know? Is there any other way you can ask that, Bree, where he can be like, oh, yeah.
No matter how much you spin it.
I feel like we're playing verbal jujitsu right now.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all you got, Bree?
No, I already know the answer. I don't
Yeah,
comment.
okay. Right on.
I'm sure there are other ways, though, to get
Yeah.
information.
How was airport week? Can you comment on how was airport week?
Airport week was really well. Really good. We had the last beam of the steel that is going up on the third corridor. So that was a ceremony that was done. So we're looking at. We were going to cut ribbon to the half of the third floor corridor, the west from gates 4 to 10. However, we couldn't get the occupancy permit in time. So now we're looking at February 26th and cutting the ribbon for the west floor third floor corridor. So we're making progress in that.
I it's been so long. I've been to the airport. Does it still look the same? I mean, what's different? It's been over a year, I think.
Right. From the public's eye, from the road, it looks the same, but on the other side, the west international arrivals corridor, from the flight line side, you'll see that there is a difference. But from the airport road side, it looks like it's still construction, and that's the other half that should be finished within hopefully this year.
Okay. Well, maybe we could make some arrangements to do some sort of like link on location or something.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, thanks, JQ.
Thank you.
All right, you stay
Have a
safe.
good morning.
All right.
Be
Sure.
safe.
Yeah, we'll give you one last chance to comment.
My last comment is no further comment.
All right, JQ. Thanks.
All right. You guys have a good day.
You too. All right. Well, no further questions, Your Honor.
So what did you hear?
I don't know. I heard that there was some gambling with an app, and there's involving law enforcement at the airport, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there was something with Senator Shelton was aware of it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I know. That's what I heard.
Okay.
I don't know what gambling app it is. I don't even know. But I heard a lot of people play it.
Really?
Yeah.
And you get money.
Yeah, you I guess you would link like your PayPal to it or something.
Oh.
Right, yeah.
I don't know. I just usually play my little log game and.
What is that game you play? It's like words for what is it? It's like Scrabble or something, right?
Like Tetris.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
I
like Tetris.
those. Yeah, I like those games that kind of challenge your brain.
Right. Well, I have no further comment. 8:49. We're gonna take a quick break, and we're coming back with Senator Chris Duenas, who was the governor submitted written testimony about his bill, and so we'll read off that and then get his reaction on it. Coming up next here on The Link, it's Thursday, February 11th. Good morning, Guam.
Catch the bus.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
and I will never leave you.
Hey, about to go in with Senator Chris Duenas, who's Bill 11. Well, they had a public hearing on it yesterday, but the governor submitted some written testimony. I was just wondering about her. Someone asked me, is the governor hibernating? I don't know. We never see her. But she did pop up to submit a written testimony on Senator Duenas' Bill 11, which would require legislative approval for the extension of emergency declaration. And so I'll go ahead and read this testimony from the Gov here. Governor. Okay. Governor Lulian Guerrero's testimony submitted to Speaker Terlahi, RE Bill 11. Disguised as an attempt to restore the separation of powers, Bill 11-36 is, in actuality, an attempt at legislative overreach. If enacted into law, it would be the job of the legislature to determine whether or not to extend a declaration of public health emergency. Such a determination would necessarily require that the legislature be directly involved in the operational functions of public health or any other executive branch agency that had been designated as the public health authority under the provisions of the Emergency Health Powers Act. Such comprehensive involvement in the executive branch operations would usurp the role of the executive branch and violate the very separation of powers the proponents of this bill claim they want to protect. Certainly, governors should be held accountable for their actions. It may be easy for some in the legislature to describe my actions during this pandemic as arbitrary and capricious and to wish themselves into my position. Ooh, they're getting snarky here. Do you ever wish you were a governor, Senator?
No, I've worked with governors before, and they got a really tough job, so I'm happy where I'm at.
She continues to write here, let me assure you that the authority of the Organic Act has granted the office of the governor to protect the public health. It comes with an equally substantial obligation, one I carry heavily every day of this pandemic that passes. I personally call the families of all Guamanians who have lost their lives to this disease. While I encourage our community to exercise personal judgment to keep all of us safe and healthy, I feel an intense responsibility to implement policies that will protect our most vulnerable from those among us who feel no such responsibility, who are not willing to adjust their personal behavior or be inconvenienced in any manner, and who are willing to sacrifice the health of our elderly or vulnerable to perpetuate a false narrative that the island is somehow immune from the devastation COVID-19 has wreaked on the world. I feel a responsibility to our frontliners who bear the greatest emotional burden of this crisis. We have seen other jurisdictions believe they have defeated this disease, most recently New Zealand, only to experience a resurgence in positive cases. We don't have the resources New Zealand has. We must be cognizant of our limitations. We must behave as though we cannot afford another wave of positive cases because that's the truth. Now is not the time to gamble with our future. But if the legislature believes that the pandemic is over and that the continued tireless efforts of our frontliners are somehow exaggerated or contrived, the legislature can end the public health emergency. A statutory mechanism already exists to check the executive branch's declaration of a public health emergency under 10 GCA. The legislature may terminate a declared public health emergency where the public health threats, in the legislature's own estimation, have subsided. It's my sincere hope that if the legislature deems it appropriate to end the public health emergency, it will have done so having weighed such determination with an overabundance of care and consideration, as I have in my decisions to extend the public health emergency. Wow, so what do you think of that, Senator?
Well, first of all, Chris, Bree, Jason, thank you for this opportunity. I wanted to first thank the Committee on Rules, as well as the Vice Speaker, Tina Munoz-Barnes, as well as the chairwoman of the committee that held the hearing for Bill 11, Speaker Terlahi, for really moving quickly on many bills, of course, this one to be included. So I think this legislature is definitely being responsive, and I'm appreciative of the leadership. The letter is disappointing, but it's not unexpected. Chris and Bree, over a decade and a half ago when, there was a feeling from the legislature that when emergencies related to typhoons and other calamities were happening, and certain governors, were expending funds at a very high rate, the legislature became concerned, and so they set a limit at $250,000, and any expenditure beyond that had to be renewed by the legislature. I'm sure those governors were not happy about that, but it's the legislature felt as though it was its responsibility. Chris and Bree, if you look at the CRER now that comes out every month, that came from the legislature, and I'm sure governors weren't happy about that either. Now we have a real-time picture on a monthly basis of what's going on in our economy, what's happening with our budget. Was it a good budget or a bad budget based on shortfalls? I'm sure, from the executive perspective, you would have liked to, get more towards the end of the fiscal year to kind of shape the message on how you've been expending funds and things like that. So the legislature, has a tendency to be an irritant to the governor's office, but that's the genius of the system. The genius of the system is that you have two co-equal branches of government working, hopefully in tandem, but they have to have at times, a difference of opinion, and that's called check and balance, transparency, and accountability. And so I'm disappointed that the governor, didn't want to work with us maybe a little closer and say, hey, we'll come down, we'll convene roundtables with you. We'll give you more information. We'll let you know what's going on, because the other side of what the governor says here is the fact that, the business community, if you look at the testimony on the bill, was overwhelmingly in support. The Chamber of Commerce, really, really supports this effort. The Guam Association of Realtors really supports this effort. We still have letters coming in from businesses. You had Tom Peinhoff, who's representing over 50 bars and lounges and nightlife activities that testified that right now they have seen no evidence, no scientific evidence that's been provided by public health or the administration that bars are super spreaders and that they shouldn't be treated the same as restaurants and other businesses. I think the other thing that I was disappointed with Chris and Bree is that, this is not the time to divide our community. Nobody in the legislature believes that the frontliners aren't heroes. Nobody in the legislature believes that all of these folks who have been really, really combating this disease, which I agree with the governor, has rocked the world. So I am never going to be one, and I'm not criticizing the governor on her decisions. I think she's done the best with what she's had. But the legislature is the people's house. And if you look across the nation, Governor Whitmer in Michigan what was taken to the Supreme Court of Michigan by the state legislature. And that Supreme Court said the governor had overreached. She could not extend the emergency powers that she had beyond 60 days without legislative approval. In the state of Hawaii, there's House Bill 103, which is almost mirrored to my bill, our bill 11. That bill came out about 12 days after I introduced Bill 11. They have already passed unanimously in their pandemic committee in the House in Hawaii approval of that bill. There's overwhelming testimony in Hawaii as well that the legislature should be involved at some point on approving a public health emergency. So having said all of that, I want to be clear. I do continue to want to work with the governor. I actually met with the governor 2 days ago. She asked Senator Moreland and myself to come down and sit down and talk to her. Interestingly enough, the letter came out like an hour before we met. So we were reading the letter on the way down to meet with the gov. And, I just told her respectfully that I continue to disagree with her position and that we'll see the disposition of this bill on the floor. If it passes, we'll see what she does with it. If it doesn't, then at least I tried to make sure the people's voices could be heard.
It sounds like she doesn't trust you guys. Anybody. I mean, from the tone of this letter, it sounds like she doesn't trust anybody else to make any kind of decisions regarding this pandemic.
Well, Chris and Bree,
if you've been reading as much as I have by the Vigilance Committee and other folks in the community since the start of this pandemic, one of the things they've been very concerned about is that the emergency powers allowed the governor to completely waive the open government law. If you see in Hawaii, one of the major concerns of the groups there that were testifying on House Bill 103, it was the Sunshine Act that they were so upset about, that there was a lot of procurement, a lot of expenditures that did not require any scrutiny. Now, yes, this is federal money, and the governor has the power to do that. I will never say that the legislature should be interjected into her power to be able to use the funds given to her by the federal government to be able to address an emergency. But if for some reason down the line, those expenditures are not allowed, guess who's gonna pay for that? You and me, Chris, Bree, and Jay, we're gonna pay for that because it's gonna be the general fund that's gonna reimburse that. So when the open government law is suspended, when procurements are suspended in terms of purchases, maybe of vehicles, all kinds of different things, at some point the people start to go, maybe in the first 3, 4, 5 months, hey, no worries, yeah, we're at war with the virus, I get it. But man, I'll tell you, since June and July, although we had that spike in July, which I think was handled very well, the governor actually since March was telling everyone that we got this, Guam. We've ramped up the hospital. We're going to get nurses coming in. We're working with the military. This is our capacity, and we did surge, no question about it. I'm very close to healthcare in my home. I'm a COVID survivor, so I know the fear of the issues. But, some of these overwhelming issues now that are coming out, next month will be 1 year since we've been under a state of public health emergency and executive orders approved every 30 days. And I think it's time, as you said, Chris, maybe have a little trust in the legislature to work with you. I don't think we're going to shut down any emergency like she says. I mean, that would be irresponsible. There is no way I would vote right now to shut down the emergency because I don't have enough information. But, I'm not going to play chicken with the governor. That's not the job of the legislature. The job of the legislature is to work with the governor.
Well, I think it just...
Do you have enough support for this to pass?
I know that I have at least 6 solid Republicans. I have gotten, I've had conversations with several Democrats, and they like the concept of the bill. They want to see the arguments on the floor. They want to see if there's any additional feedback coming in while we're in session. They want to do the research as well. I've given them research from the Pew Institute that shows that Texas, Kentucky, a lot of other states are actually undergoing these kind of transformations between legislatures and governors on the emergency. So I'm optimistic. I think I probably got the votes, Bree. I don't know if I have an override amount of.
Well, once they start cracking that whip down there.
But I might have a pass. I might be able to pass the bill.
Right. Do you think Senator, do you think, because I feel like this conversation should have been had last year, during the height of the pandemic and there's just a lot of issues that I have personally with the way the governor's, not necessarily the way she's responded to the pandemic, because I think you can kind of look around and assume that we could have done way worse, right? But that doesn't mean we did the best in the world by far. But just even with the Physicians Advisory Group, with the suspension of the open government law, with us not being able to sit in on these meetings to ask questions. I mean, we're very fortunate that we have a good relationship with the chair of the Physicians Advisory Group. And we're very fortunate that he comes on and willingly shares information. But at the same time, I think if people had an insight into what was said at these meetings and kind of like a transparency into some of these decisions that come out, because you guys are right. Like, I'm not still, I mean, it's crazy opening game rooms, but not unsuspending the open government law. There's really it doesn't seem like there's any rhyme or reason. And I think the governor's reaction, it's almost like she's reacting in a way where she feels like the legislature is going to take over everything. But I don't think there's anything wrong with having more voices discuss these things. And I don't know what she's so afraid of.
Yeah, absolutely. So in the letter, it says now is not the time to gamble with their future. And what opened up before, but not bars, was gaming halls and bingo halls. So I think there's some gambling going on. You had an interview earlier, so I think there's a lot of gambling going on.
Yeah,
but in all seriousness,
No comment.
I think that you're absolutely right. I mean, I don't think any senator down there wants to stop the flow of federal funds coming into Guam. I don't think any senator wants to tell public health, hey, you don't know what you're talking about. I don't think that's the case. I think what it is the people's voices that I think they have a concern with, because if the Chamber of Commerce can pen the letter that they penned in support of this effort, and if the Guam realtors are putting themselves out there as well to say, enough is enough as well. We want it to be essential way earlier in this pandemic. We wanted the Guam Land Use Commission to be active way earlier because there's $2 billion worth of pent-up economic activity that requires approval by the GLUC. If those voices come to the legislature, it's very powerful. And maybe what we end up doing is saying, okay, well, we'll pass the bill saying, maybe we'll change the law with regard to shutting down the emergency in part or in whole. Because maybe the legislature says these voices have been way too strong on the fact that these other, issues should be dealt with. So maybe we just repeal, or maybe we just, move forward on the fact that working with public health bars open. Maybe we pass the part that says real estate should be essential, way earlier. And if we say that, then as the governor said, that power currently exists in the public health emergency law. I mean, it's kind of interesting to basically say you're going in and usurping the power, yet even the same emergency law requires a 30-day extension after 30 days. Why? There had to have been a vision in there that maybe after 30 days, there's going to be a discussion that needs to be had, especially when you're suspending something as critical as the open government law.
We actually have a caller here. Janelle has a comment for you, Senator, if you could. Good morning, Janelle.
Good morning.
Go ahead. You're on the air. You're on the link. Good morning.
Senator Duenas, I just want to thank you for your bill. I believe that there should be a balance of powers within the government, and your bill reminds the governor of just that. I think having too much power for anybody can kind of get to their head, and at least there will be a check and balance with this. So I appreciate you for your bill. I'm putting it out there.
Thank you, Janelle.
I'm sorry, Chris and Bree, I didn't hear any of that, but
she said she totally disagrees with you and that you should get a real job. I'm just kidding. No, she
didn't say that.
No, she didn't. She said that she appreciates your bill and that she feels like when people have too much power, it can go to their head. And she just wanted to chime in her support.
I appreciate the call and I appreciate the support. I really do. I've had a lot of calls, Chris and Bree, from business people that don't want to be on the record, but that are frustrated with
That's unfortunate. I mean, the governor, she just takes things personally, and I think that's probably my biggest criticism of her, is that she just takes things personally. And and God, when you're in this life of public service, it's so basic to remember that everybody gets a seat at the table. It's not just Governor Lou's table. We don't need to ask permission to sit at the table. We all have a seat. It's so freaking basic. I don't even know why I'm explaining it. But she just is so offended by this that I think she interprets it as you guys think she's not doing a good job.
And I want to say that I don't think she's done a bad job. I think the team did a really good job early on. I mean, this was tough. This was really tough. And, Chris, I didn't mind staying home, honestly, although I was the main, Bree, I was the main forager. I called myself the forager. That was my job in the family, is to go out, get all the supplies, gas up the car, whatever was open, get what was needed. And, Bree, I came back to the house and I was one of those people who had the bleach bath in my sink where I wiped everything down that I bought, put it in the refrigerator. I mean, I was really, really on top of it, right? And I was talking to family in Washington State and other relatives. I mean, everybody was truly scared. And the beginning of this thing, and we're still scared, But in the beginning of this thing, it was really just an unknown and crazy territory, right? And so I don't think that overall it's been a bad job, but I think in the last 4 to 5 months, and that's where the arbitrary and capricious comes in, is that we've been picking winners and losers. I mean, come on, I don't know how many times we can say it, but gaming rooms and poker halls and not bars and some other businesses just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So let me ask, say pigs start flying 10 days from now and you get an override, the governor vetoes it, you're successful in getting this her veto overridden. What's the next step? She calls you guys up, I want to extend this public health emergency, then what?
So the way the legislature works is when it speaks through the resolution process. So what I would envision, like in Hawaii, maybe I might amend this bill on the floor to 60 days because Hawaii's got 60 days. But, the way the legislature speaks is they have hearings, or a hearing at least, to make sure all voices are heard on a substantive resolution. And once they have that public hearing, and say, for example, it's overwhelming that this emergency should continue and everything else, you just pass the resolution and it's done. The governor's got the extension, no problem, or whatever else. If people come to the legislature and say there's a compelling discussion about why is this shut down, and can we get public health to work with us a little closer to move the goalpost and move forward on this? Maybe the governor says, I heard that at the legislature. Okay, we're going to work with you. We've assigned, so-and-so, so-and-so, and so-and-so. It looks like Governor Gutierrez is the guy really that's going out there and doing a lot of the cleanup lately. So Governor Gutierrez is going to take care of this and make sure that group, has their voice heard moving forward. And maybe we start ease the opening of bars and see how it goes, right? Okay, great. Everybody's voice has been heard. Real estate's been heard. They're going to get them back and moving. Pass the resolution. Governor, you got your emergency. So I think it's as simple as that. I mean, and I think that we would be as pragmatic as that.
We got another call. Norman?
Hello?
Yeah. Go ahead. You're on the link.
Hey, Senator. I just want to say that your bill really opens the eyes of the public, and I really appreciate that. As of someone that works in the food and beverage industry, it doesn't make sense to me that, gambling halls can open, but bars can't, where people in those bars are trying to work hard for their families. And I just want to thank you again for the bill.
Did you hear that?
I did not, Bree. I'm sorry. I can't hear the phone calls.
It was from an individual who works in the food and beverage industry, and he said,
Okay.
thank you for introducing the bill. Because like you said, it didn't make sense for...
Bree, I wanted to mention that one thing that Tom Pinehoff said that I didn't even think about was the anger over the issue between bars and restaurants is, he said most of these restaurant establishments have bars. And people are going in there and they're drinking at the bars and they're eating and drinking and doing the same thing that you would be doing in a bar, maybe not with full-blown food, but maybe poo-poos and things like that. But he mentioned, imagine restaurants, Chris and Bree, the touch points on restaurants are even higher than bars because you have all the cutlery, you have the plates, you have all of the activity. You actually have to staff up way more in a restaurant. So you got more staff. You got more people interacting actually in a restaurant than a bar, truthfully. Now, some will say that, people are going to get irresponsible. They're not going to. Well, you know what? We have a lot of that federal money still. Maybe we get some more public health people that are doing more random checks. And if a bar is really screwing around and doesn't care about their business, and they're like, yeah, we're open, free for all, shut them down. So yeah, I can see the restaurant people wanting to go to 100%, and I could see the bar people saying, help us out.
What would you say to those critics who would look at the status of bars in other places like the States and say, hey, they're still closed in the States?
Yeah, and I think that, the states are grappling with the same thing. What's happening stateside also, the counter to that is that those bars are now formulating, legal cases against the states, saying that, if you can open up restaurants and not bars, they're filing class action suits. And what happens if they prevail? If they prevail, stateside in some of those states. And their suit says from the time you open restaurants, we're saying as bars, you compensate us for not allowing us to open going forward until you allow us to open. If they prevail in those cases in court, that could be another potential liability for the government of Guam. So, you know, I know it's a difficult conversation, and I know that there's a stigma associated with bars. I don't go to bars anymore. I might go to happy hour once in a while. It's not personal for me. But the bottom line is that is its own economy. There's real people and real lives who own those businesses that are dying on the vine, and I just think they deserve a voice, as controversial as it is.
So what would your response be, that this really should be under the governor's authority to be able to declare these state of public health emergencies and be able to extend these public health emergencies, and that, you know, we're just in passing this and in enacting this, we're creating 15 governors down at the legislature?
Yeah, you know, I know that's a common response. Same thing what happened when, you know, the governor before thought, if I need to spend $5 million after the typhoon, I'm going to spend $5 million. But the legislature said, no, you'll spend $250,000 and then come back for more when we can see really what you're spending the money on. There's going to be this push and pull and this tug back and forth all the time. But, you know, if that's the will of the body, that this legislation is not correct and we keep everything intact, I'll accept it, Sabrina. I'll accept it. But what I will say, Chris and Bree and Jason, is that I did everything that I could because of the fact that people like the Chamber of Commerce came to me, the Guam Association of Realtors came to me, people that are desperate right now to open their businesses again came to me, and I did what I could. But I'll accept the deliberation of the body and whatever bill comes out. And, you know, running for office and doing what you do, you're not always going to be right. You know, if I'm not right, I'm not right. But I tried.
Mm-hmm. What about the author of this superpowers law? Have you guys reached back to the former governor?
You know, I don't want to put Governor Cabo on the spot here, because he's very, very eloquent and good at speaking for himself. I have talked to him about this, and he thinks that that the way the legislation was drafted during the time was right, but he says that I have a lot of merit to what I'm doing. I know that's been, by the way, I know that's been a Democrat talking point, and I just have to put it out there because I know that is, and then that's not what this is about. I don't want to drag Governor Calvo into this. He served well. He served his 8 years. He passed a piece of legislation 20 years ago that he thought was right for Guam. But every piece of legislation from time to time needs to be amended.
All
All right.
Well, good luck.
Good luck.
Hey, thanks, Chris.
You know what you got to do, Chris, Senator? You just got to send the governor send her a goodie bag. You know what I mean? You got to kind of kiss up a little bit. That's how it works. That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Might want to even send some chocolates to your Democrat colleagues.
Yeah. Valentine's is coming up. You send Auntie Lou a nice Valentine's.
Oh yeah, I'm glad we're going into session, and I'm sure that's what we'll do in the beginning after the Inifresi, is wish everybody a happy Valentine's, and then get to the battle.
Ooh.
All right. Well, thank you, Senator.
Hey, thanks, guys. Have a great day.
That's Let's head in, and we got Mark Scott, Guard PIO, Sergeant Tapao, Guam Police Department. We'll take a quick break and come back with more of the link next. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
94. Breeze 93.9 FM.
Okay, everybody, welcome back to the link. And we're so excited about our next interview because it's with Paul Tapao. Welcome, Paul.
Hey, half a day. That was some power people you had on. I want to thank Director Brennan, for really touching the light, or hitting on the light with their efforts with the Department of Youth Affairs and assisting Child Protection Services, because the Guam Police Department, we work really close with those respective agencies, and understanding what's needed and what needs to be done. And again, I just want to reiterate, if you have space in your heart and your home and you want to foster the kids that do need help in the community, please reach out to them. So
right, Paul, but it's also heartbreaking to hear that they're about the backlog of cases, the 900 she said. And when you think about that, to me, that's like 900 children that are in need of help.
It is, the work that we do on a daily basis with the Guam Police Department, there are, I want to say there's not a day that goes by where we don't reach out to our partners with Child Protection Services in seeking the right care, for the respective child that may be affected, or, it's really the numbers that speaks for itself. It's really the need and the assessment of where, how we collaborate with the various agencies, and seeing that, they're addressing it, because, the kinship is one of the more important things that, I want to stress, that we, with a regulatory agency such as the Guam Police Department that enforces the laws, work closely with CPS. Back in my day as a patrol officer, the first thing we would do was sit down and hash out the next of kin that can provide a safe haven, because Director Brennan is right. It's if, these kids who get lost within the system, and separating siblings is one of the things that, we don't want to see. And of course, understanding the backlog, and there are cases where, and as you can see, crystal methamphetamine, domestic violence, child abuse cases that have been reported, and what we're seeing in the magistrate courts are pretty much the precursors that involves the family. So, there's the challenges that are ahead, and, seeing what needs to be done. I think this is the direction, and of course, the course of action that's going to be taken. So, we'll continue to support them in our side with, the Guam Police Department. And we ask the community, if anybody, you can call directly if you feel that there's welfare checks that needs to be done within the community. Please, call the respective precincts or call CPS directly.
Mm-hmm. Paul, we talk about this all the time, about this drug pandemic on this island. Mm-hmm. And I don't even want to say it's shocking anymore, especially when you hear about the allegations that there are dirty cops, right? And it came back into the spotlight in the recent Mark Mayo drug trial. But that wasn't the first time. Before, we heard it in the former Mayor Jesse Bloss's case. And that was in 2019. When it first came up in the former mayor's trial, did GPD investigate the allegations? And did GPD find anything at all?
You know, like I explained to Adriana when we did the interview, you know, I mean, if these allegations should have merits, you know, we welcome the complaints from the community. We welcome any investigation that really puts a test on the department's officers, our personnel, our sworn and our unsworn personnel, and really touching the basis of integrity and, you know, official misconduct, officers misconduct in the line of duty. You know, we welcome that up at our legal side with our internal affairs. And if any of these allegations that were brought forth prior to or during the trial should have any merits, and you know they feel that we need to investigate, you know, Chief Stephen Ignacio, since he's taken the helm, has really showed transparency and, of course, maintaining the integrity of each and every investigation or any allegation that's laid forward for any sworn officers by reaching out to other agencies to conduct independent investigations so that we maintain that integrity. So again, you know, these are allegations, and you know, we hold firm that each and every personnel within the Guam Police Department, we are all held accountable for our actions, and we welcome any complaints from the community. You know, this helps better our service to the community. You know, we understand the needs for continuing our community-driven initiatives that we have. And this is where partnership and trust comes hand in hand with our community-oriented policing strategy. And, you know, we can't get the trust from the community. We can't showcase that, then, you know, it's pretty much, we lose that. But we want to maintain that relationship by bringing forth about how we move forward with any officer involved investigation. So again, should there be merits to these allegations, you know, we'll sit down and we'll work it out, and of course we'll move forward with the proper and appropriate measures for any type of investigation that's brought forth within the Guam Police Department.
Okay, so since it was brought forth back in September, November 2019, was there an investigation into those allegations?
I'm not aware of any investigation. Again, these are the feds I've yet to receive any information. If the feds had reached out to the Guam Police Department, again, you know, we'll wait and see. And you know, hey, you know, I mean, it's going to take its course. Should they identify? Should they provide any information? And of course, should we identify, or should merits be brought forth? Then we'll cooperate accordingly, and we'll provide any information and provide the support within this investigation, because we really do hold each and every personnel within the Guam Police Department, again, sworn and unsworn, to high state of integrity, and of course the standard of how we operate within the community. So
I'm sorry, Paul, did you say that you're not aware if the feds have contacted GPD? I mean,
on my side, I mean,
right,
you know, again,
but is that something like, well, why wouldn't GPD, if these allegations are being made, why wouldn't GPD take the initiative and say, you know, we need to look into this? This is serious.
So, you know, to answer that question, when these information that came out with, you know, with the trial and stuff, okay, we, of course, you know, we welcome the news. You know, we've embraced that, hey, you know, they're making allegations towards, you know, the activities of some of the officers. If there's, like I mentioned, if there's merits of forward, we can't move forward without the merits and of course identifying. So posturing with that, you know, the feds, this is a federal investigation. The feds are taking the full lead on this. Again, if they reach out to our agency to say that, hey, you know, we got something coming down the pipe, the Guam Police Department will be welcoming that information, and of course moving forward with that information and how to properly address it, because, you know, again, we work closely with them, and you know, we've reached out to the feds when we had officers complaints come in, and of course, you know, respecting the full color of the law and understanding that any rights that have been violated, any inappropriate actions that were committed by our sworn officers, it's, you know, these are things that we have to investigate moving forward with both an administrative investigation and a criminal investigation. And we've shown before with the leadership of Chief Ignacio that we want to maintain the integrity of every case, and we want to, you know, take away any biasness that may exist with the investigation. This is why we move forward with independent agencies that can provide these types of investigations. So remember, these cases were brought forth by the federal government, and if they're going to move forward with any investigation, they're going to, they'll pretty much reach out to our chief of police.
As a police officer, though, and as many years as you've been on the force, and you've been wearing that badge, to hear something like that come out and allegations of corruption in the Guam Police Department, because we all know there are some bad apples, but there are so many more good officers out there, right? So how does that make you feel when you hear that?
I've always lived by the principle of, it's really, you are an independent person and everything, but, on how I feel about it, of course, our work that we do with the community affairs, I've been doing this for almost 8-10 years, working with the community, and really the hardest part of this line is really maintaining the trust with the community, establishing the trust with the community. And when we hear news about this, it pretty much puts us 10 steps back, but these are obstacles, these are challenges that we see forth, that we still need to maintain the character, the integrity of the department, and of course, those officers that do good. One person can really spoil the whole batch, and we understand that. And this is why we, with the Guam Police Department, move with our community-oriented policing in ensuring that we maintain that trust with the community. And I've experienced that through my years moving up in the ranks, with the department, serving over 20 years with GPD. We've seen cases we've seen cases come of officers who were indicted, who were convicted of official misconduct, and of course for their acts. And of course, it does bring that sense of distrust by the community. But nevertheless, we continue to still move forward. And I fully believe that with the right that people with the righteousness that our officers do have, continue to provide the service, the level of service to the community, and assuring that, hey, we will take care of that to the court system. These allegations were brought forward. Now it's here. We still have the officers that do want to do right for the community and do want to serve the people of Guam in accordance to what we hold with our code of ethics, with our, our sworn to protect, life and property and so forth. And it is, it does muddy the waters with the department, but, we still need to continue to move forward with those officers who believe in righteousness and pursuing that we are all ambassadors of the badge we wear, and we all represent each and every law enforcement agency, because we've dubbed it and we've coined it. We are the premier law enforcement agency, and when we have allegations like these, we're not going to turn off the light. We're going to turn on the light, and we'll welcome that. And should it come forward, should they bring merits, hey, we'll provide the assistance for any investigation, but we'll maintain the integrity of every case that is brought forth against any officer or any personnel within the Guam Police Department.
Is GPD involved in the investigation over the Guam International Airport Authority?
That's in the airport side. I really can't comment on another agency, ma'am. Again, should anything arise, we'll provide any.
No, but is GPD investigating the Guam International Airport Authority?
I'm not aware of any part of the Guam Police Department investigating that part. I did read in one of the media outlets of a FOIA that was provided to the airport that was printed. So, that's a different agency. I can't really expound on that, but I don't know if, to my knowledge, I don't know if we were a part of any investigation on another agency's part relative to this allegations that was brought forth to the Guam Airport Authority.
Sarge, that being said, are you aware of any investigation being conducted by the Guam Police Department relative to any Guam Police Department officers gambling on the job?
Not at this time. Again, this was brought forth, and should we, like I mentioned, should we have any information that any of our personnel have been really engaged in any inappropriate, behavior and stuff, we'll provide that information to the community. So I have really nothing to report at this time in regards to what's transpired or what has transpired with other agencies. So, and of course with our agency. And again, should anything develop, we'll provide more information to the greater community and of course to our respective media partners.
I sent you a video last night. Did you get it?
Yes, we did. That case is ongoing. You know, we want to thank the respective community members, our neighborhood watch groups who provided information, and you know, moving forward with you know, the information that was shared through social media. We are moving forward with this case. So rest assured, you know, our officers are going to work diligently. I mean, it's I think this is a good case.
But no arrest yet?
Not that I know of it at this time. I was in the process of following up with this. I do know that as of late last night, the information that was gathered to the respective command about the identity of the individual responsible for this crime has been shared with the respective operations sergeants within the northern, central, and the southern precincts.
It's kind of funny because the guy in the video, he has his last name tattooed. This is like stupid criminal news. You know, I always say, Sarge, you know, in the radio, I was in the radio for so long, being on the radio. There's these, what they call them, prep services. So as a DJ, you can subscribe to these prep services, and they give you like 10 pages of material every show. I never did it because I was always all local, but other DJs did. But you get like these 10 pages of like stupid crime and whatever, this day in history. But I always said, we don't need to go to the States to find stupid criminals because we have plenty of stupid criminals right here on Guam. But that's a new kind of stupid. This is a new kind of stupid. This is like stupid, you stupid Saki solar panels, but you have your freaking last name tattooed on your forearm. I mean, that's just a whole other level of stupid.
Hey, it's evidence, right? And any type of evidence that we can gather with our investigation. I've used tattoo many, many times as an identifying marker. As a matter of fact, as part of our Crime Stoppers presentation to the community, one of the things we talk about are scars, tattoos, and birthmarks. So, you know, I mean, it's either you have it removed, surgically done, or, you know, you're stuck with that. And again, I'm going to refrain from any comments about, you know, this case because we want to protect the integrity of this investigation.
Your facial expression, though, says it all.
I'm doing my best to hide the glare. As you can see, I'm losing because of the glare. I was taken back by Julian Huggins.
Right, yeah, emotional, yeah.
Yes, I was.
But that was just funny because I was going around last night with the video and then the guy's like Facebook page and then the pictures of him on his Facebook with his, what is it? Kinata? It looks like
you know, in light of that, I do want to commend the neighborhood watch groups. You know, I mean, it was shared. I mean, as soon as that message was shared in the Dedrido proper channels within the respective neighborhood watch groups, it was shared within the neighborhood commanders. It was shared within the respective ranks within the Guam Police Department to the operations chat that we have, and it was. I mean, that went viral. So seeing the benefits of social media again here, it pretty much spells out how the community has embraced its efforts in really providing that proactive approach. And really, I mean, because of the pandemic, we're seeing a lot of social media posts about crimes that were taught by citizens taking action by reporting that. As a matter of fact, when we made the arrest last week about that Tumuning case, you know, there were viral videos of confrontation that occurred. And, you know, we were able to identify, add some evidence to that based on viral videos that were shared by some of the victims that were involved by the burglaries that occurred in Tumuning, and of course, other viral videos that were provided by the community members that were shared to the respective neighborhood watch groups. So, you know, we're seeing a lot of standing up efforts with the community neighborhood watch groups. And, you know, we want to applaud that because that really helps us with our investigation. And, you know, rest assured, this case that happened in Dedrido, it's being, right now, there's an ongoing investigation to this matter. So taking all the evidence that we have, using all the social media platforms, this will be incorporated and of course included within the authoring of the reports.
Right. You know, Paul, though, when I see all of these social media videos, which is quite frequent, it also to me is like, what the hell's going on? Is crime, you know, it looks like it's increasing on Guam.
Yeah.
It's more of reporting through social media, and we're seeing it more. Some of them, it's really, the beautiful thing, and I want to share this with you, with our respective neighborhood watch commanders group, there's a lot of vetting process that we do, because we have officers that are a part of that. So really some of the current ones, will validate it that this is ongoing if anybody has any information. We're seeing more of it now being brought forth versus, it being just the traditional, we report it to the police and the police does their investigation, but now the community is made aware of the crimes that are being committed because it's captured and it's being circulated through social media. So understanding that, the magnitude that social media plays, it really magnifies an incident of a crime. But to answer your question, since the pandemic, I'll be true to you, because of the fact that people are staying home, I want to say that's attributed, that may have been a contributing factors to reduction of crimes. We've seen less reports of crimes reported to the Guam Police Department, but we are seeing an increase of social media posts that are being shared. And of course, what Chief Stephen Ignacio had put on record was, and of course what we are saying is that we're seeing an increase and an uptick with our street interdiction with crystal methamphetamine and the arrest of possession. So, social media is a viable tool that we've been utilizing and using to help us close cases. And, one of the cases that I reported last week with immediate release was the arrest of the 3 burglaries that occurred in Tamuning.
Has GPD issued any citations, any additional ones to people violating the governor's executive orders?
Not since the last one, since the Joy Luck Club incident, citation was issued for that offense. Again, we, since the executive order that granted the Guam Police Department and Department of Public Health the authorization to issue that citation since November, we've had one and another business that I'm still following up on with our COVID response personnel that has had issued that, but I do know it's for violating the max capacity for an organization or group or social gathering. So a lot of it was really based on social gathering. We've got reports from the respective precincts during the 3 holidays that, when they did their rounds in the community, a lot of them, I want to say, it's really the numbers that we're seeing. It's indicative of people adhering to their behavior modifiers that they needed to do to bring the numbers down, to bring that CAR score to where we can actually open up and ease the restrictions somewhat, and continue to work. I want to say Department of Education, they had 2 cases. They didn't close the school. They just identified what needed to be done. They are doing their COVID response, likewise with the Guam Police Department. We have our officers that are trained in doing the tests, that can administer the COVID test to our arrestees and of course to our personnel. So these types of things that we've adopted to our COVID operations has really helped and benefit the department. So we're seeing a lot of great things within that we've learned through the pandemic and how we can better our agency. Our records and ID section has caught up with the demands with personal police records. We continue to move forward in providing the service with the respective agencies and of course the services bureau in operating and of course mitigating our COVID operations.
Okay. Paul, just one more time. I just want to make sure we're completely clear. GPD is not investigating or part of the investigation over at the Guam International Airport.
Yeah, that's the Guam International Airport site. So
GPD is not investigating anything involving the Guam International Airport Authority and allegations.
To my knowledge, ma'am, I don't think we have a part with that investigation. So, like I said, I can reach out to see if we are if they've reached out to ask us to an independent investigation, but I was not availed any information about the airport other than what we're seeing on the news.
Mm-hmm. And no officers, GPD, police officers have been implicated as part of this investigation or were involved in any sort of illegal gambling online or whatever.
I don't have any information that was brought forth in reference to this. Again, that's an airport, that's a different agency matter. Should anything arise, with our side of the shop with the Guam Police Department, we'll provide information to the greater media and of course to the greater community.
Can you confirm if the FBI is investigating it?
I don't know. Might have to reach out to them on their side.
But you're not aware, again, of any officers at the Guam Police Department that are under investigation for...
Not to my knowledge, yeah.
Okay. All right, thanks, Paul.
Thanks,
Okay.
buddy.
All right, guys, take care.
Right on, yeah.
Stay safe.
Thank you, Sarge. God bless you.
All right, take
There you
care.
go. Okay, see you. All right. What do you know?
No, I'm just asking.
I mean, it sounds like you know that GPD is involved or something.
No.
9:52. Well, we're getting a lot of no comments this morning. It's a good show. I don't know if you guys are here, but there was a cross-examination of airport executive manager John Canata this morning, performed by prosecuting journalist Sabrina Salas Antonani. That was funny, though. It's like, no comment, no comment, no comment, no comment. Oh, hey, it's the link, 9:52. Let's head back into the Zoom room. We're pretty comfortable in here, where we have Mark Scott, the Guam Guard. Guam Guard, of course, leading Operation Liberate Guahan with the vaccination effort. Right, Mark?
No comment, Chris. Just kidding.
Here we go.
Good morning, Chris, Bree. How you doing, Jay and Joseph? Yeah,
Doing all right.
we're in our third week of our vaccination clinic in support of public health down at the field house. That's correct.
So, Mark, just to clarify, is this a guard operation or is it a public health operation?
So as you might know, Chris, when the Guard is activated, it's in support of civil authorities, right? Ever since this whole thing started, whatever job we might be doing, for example, at the QFAC, we're in support of public health. If we're out helping traffic flow at Rev and Tax like we did before, we're in support of Rev and Tax. It's the nature of our job to support civil authorities when we're activated here on the homeland. So to answer your question, we're operating the clinic in support of public health's umbrella.
Yeah, because I got some complaints yesterday about just the long wait at the UOG field house. Are you guys aware of any complaints about, Mark, I got this one where this friend of mine had said that they were escorting him and uncle to go get the second shot and that they actually waited so long that they used the bathroom on themselves.
Yeah, 2 days ago when we started this week on Tuesday, there was a miscue, right, from those who got their call from public health that today's their day for their dose 2 to come in at 1 o'clock. Now, the script from public health says from 1 to 7, but whatever the case may be, Chris, we're moving forward from that and we're improving. Now, instead of having that bottleneck at 1 o'clock when we open, we're trying to work to spread out the walk-ins so they don't all come at the same time.
So public health calls individuals that are due for their dose 2, but aren't people supposed to still register online for dose 2? Because that's what you guys are doing. The priority is for dose 2.
That's exactly the message that we're putting out, Bree. So you'll see the call center will be stood up shortly here, the Guam Guard, and in conjunction with the UOG Global Learning and Engagement Office, we're going to start our own call center. We'll be notifying folks that are due for their dose 2 and giving them the information such as preferably register on Eventbrite, book your appointment. If the appointments are all booked like they are for this week, you can still walk in if that's your day for dose 2. You'll just be in competition with a few more of the walk-ins. And key to that is to not all just show up at the same time at 1 o'clock. So the messaging is shifting from public health to the Guam National Guard call center in conjunction with UOG. Thanks to all the AmeriCorps volunteers for their help and the GLE office at University of Guam. But yeah, that was the breakdown of communication 2 days ago when we saw some delay in the beginning. And like I said, the past couple of days on your competitors' radio stations, we want to apologize for that first day. It did take us a few hours to stabilize with the 300 people that were there at the opening gate, and there were some delays. So we're sorry for that inconvenience, and we're going to work to make it better. Yesterday was smooth. We did 1,352 people yesterday with no turndowns. No one got turned away for their dose 2. So I think we're back on track, you guys. Sorry for the initial delays, but thank you for your patience, understanding, and thanks to our partners as well, including public health.
Mark, so you said 300 people were waiting? And how long were they waiting on Monday?
Yeah. From what I heard, there was people who waited hours, Bree. It was 2-3 hours. I even heard one that said they waited up to 4 hours. And that was the second and third order effects of having 300 people all show up at once. So moving forward, regardless of what, people said they were told to show up at this point, there's no blame game. It's moving forward, right?
Yeah.
No one needs to do the blame game thing. We need to just improve how things get done. And I think we've done that. Yesterday was pretty smooth. And our message to all the walk-ins is, if you didn't have a chance to register on Eventbrite, come and visit us in the mid-afternoon or late afternoon. We're open until 7. We're trying to avoid the longest lines of the day, which is our opening at 1 o'clock.
These 300 that came in, they were not, they didn't have appointments. They were walk-ins?
There was a little bit of a mix, but majority were walk-ins. That's right, Bree. That's on top of the 135 bookings that we already had for that hour anyway. So it was a bit of a delay 2 days ago, Tuesday morning.
But that's in the past.
Right.
It's in the past. We're moving forward. We're making it better because that's what people deserve, Chris.
Amen, Mark. I agree. So did you chew public health out for that or what?
No, we're all still friends. It's one team, one fight. We have a lot of things to fix up and improve on our own side as well. So God forbid we pass judgment. We all got to work together and make it better.
Hooah.
All right, so no more public health calling people. It's going to be National Guard with AmeriCorps volunteers. So if you get a call from public health, no, don't.
Disregard.
Yeah.
It's not that they did anything wrong, but look at the logistics and operations. We're there, and changes happen. What is it, Chris? Rapidly
evolving
situation. So what a better place to have a call center that's adjacent to the clinic itself, where they can react to changes in messaging, any changes in the operation. They're right there to receive those changes quickly. And, through no fault of public health, right? We're just looking to improve overall.
Right on. Any of the Guard, are you done?
No, I just wanted to ask, so is the Guard going to be taking over the vaccination clinics? Because, I don't think public health, they're out there doing the homebound vaccinations. They haven't had anything at Ukadu. Is that the plan, where the National Guard will take over from here?
No taking over. We're always going to be in support of. And I think that's important to say again.
Right. So then is the National Guard going to be supporting public health in conducting the vaccination clinics going forward?
Yes. So what we're doing now is we've consolidated the public clinic at University of Guam to free public health up to do the home visits, the homebound, the remote satellite clinics at the mayor's offices and things like that. So hopefully we can support them by freeing them up to do so, and all the other things that they have to do, which is a lot.
Right. Okay, so no more Ukadu.
Unless that changes, Bree.
It's rapidly evolving, Mark.
It's a rapidly evolving situation.
It could change at any minute. Second. What about Guard members deployed to the nation's capital, Mark? Have we had any more come back, and were they did they test negative, or is there anything going on with that?
Yeah.
Sure. So there is an update from the first group that came back from the original mission to DC. We all know that there were the 2 that tested positive, right? And the contact tracing was complete, and there is no other positives from the Guard that was spread. All the remaining team members, aside from the 2, were tested, and they were all negative. So good news on that front.
Is there any follow-up testing? Because we've seen that people can test negative and still have the virus, or were they tested within the proper window?
Yeah, so they got the negative PCR within 72 hours of the original flight, right? Yeah. And as soon as they came back and we started seeing those 2 positives, they had to wait that incubation period, right? The incubation period may take a few days. So we waited after that while they were on restriction of movement and tested them after that, and they were all negative on the second test.
Were the two that tested positive, were they found to be have violated their restriction of movement?
No, they were not. They were given a briefing what they signed. It's a court-ordered restriction of movement, and they were briefed on their criminal liability for breaking it. So, no.
So what changes, I guess, because I think we when we talked to you, you said something about we might have to look at the playbook, or
Yeah.
I forget the exact words that you used.
Yeah, so with the group that's out there now, Bree, they've all received their dose 1 immunization, right? And then when they come back, mission complete, whatever that might be, we're looking at, of course, the negative PCR within 72 hours of the return home, and then movement directly into government quarantine facility.
Okay. So there will not be any exemptions, because they got the critical worker exemption, the first batch, right?
That's what we're looking at to help mitigate the risk of having that possible positive come through, even though there was a negative test prior to the flight, correct?
Okay. All right. Is that through public health? A public health's decision to remove the guard from the critical workers or essential workers, whatever that designation is, Chris?
Critical service workers.
Exemption? Or is that a decision on the part of the guard? That's what we're going to do from now on.
No, that's right, Bree. That's what we're looking at, to take additional, mitigation measures to further reduce the risk, to keep our people safe, to add that extra layer of government quarantine on our own accord. Okay. That's what we're looking at.
Mark,
second batch.
So if the two guard members who eventually tested positive came in with a negative PCR, through the contact tracing, were you guys able to deduce where they picked up the virus, where they were exposed?
I haven't seen the results of the contact tracing, Chris. No, I don't have that answer for you, and I'm not sure I can get it if that's public, private health information or protective health information. I'm not sure that's releasable, but I can ask Chris and let you know.
Okay. Yeah, I asked about that critical service worker exemption because Public Health Director Artson Augustine, in the oversight hearing earlier this week, said that they are looking at changing the critical worker exemptions. So I wasn't sure if he had already made the announcement about the changes. So I guess.
Yeah, and we're learning as we go. Like what we learned when they all had their negative PCR and came back and were still positive. I think I was on when that happened, and we said that even though we went by the book, it looks like the book could use some improvements or looking at, right, to further keep our people safe. So should that come down to it, then we're on board for whatever it is that helps keep us all safer, for sure.
All right.
No further questions.
Are there any investigations?
Yeah. Are you guys gambling over there or what?
Put the chips away, sir. No comment.
Yes. Thanks, Mark.
You're welcome, guys. Thanks
right.
Oh, wait, I had a call. So what's the schedule for the Vax Clinic at UOG, if you didn't already give it, for next week?
Oh, next week.
Say that again.
What's the
Say
vaccination?
that one more time.
For the UOG vaccination clinic, what's the schedule for next week? Do you have it already?
Yeah. You're going to be able to book your appointment for next week when we post the links on Saturday. Right now, the link is for the current week, which is sold out, but you'll be able to register when it posts again for the following week this Saturday.
Do you know
I don't foresee the hours changing at all, which is currently 1 o'clock to 7 p.m. But then again, Chris, it's a rapidly evolving situation. And if they make any adjustments to that schedule, we'll be sure to let everybody know.
Do you know what day of the week it would be, Mark?
Sorry, Chris?
Do you know what day of the week it would be?
What day of the week the links would post to start registering?
What day of the week the vaccination clinic will be held next week?
Yeah. Right now it's Tuesday through Saturday, so for next week, when will it be open?
That's right.
Same?
Tuesday to Saturday.
Okay,
That's right.
right on.
Real quickly, Mark, you talked about that group that's coming in that will be in the government quarantine. When are they coming in? How many are coming, and where are they coming from? From the capital?
Yeah, I would love to tell you all of that specific information about their flight number, packs, and date of arrival, but you're going to have to come join the Guam National Guard and get a security clearance. So please contact our recruiters. Feel free to enlist for permission, and I'll share all of that stuff with you. But generally speaking, no, we don't like to tell too much information about our specific troop movements, times, and numbers.
You told us that they were going out to the inauguration.
Yes, I did.
You guys done?
Thanks,
Mark.
done.
Thanks, Mark.
Bye, Mark.
guys.
Oh, don't forget the name. All right, later on.
Don't forget the what?
The name. We can show some love. Remember?
Yeah. Check your WhatsApp. There you go. All right. That's Mark Scott of the Guard. We'll take a break or come back and we're going to come back and wrap up the show next.
This Valentine's Day, KUAM News' morning.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. That's the governor. I want to dedicate this to the legislature coming from the governor. Stay in your lane. 10:14. Some of the takeaways, Bree, no comment.
That's pretty much it.
Yep.
No, and please, Julian, I can go order the book.
Yeah.
And go to YouTube and watch the replay of that interview and his book reading.
The Properties of Perpetual Light.
He has led already. I mean, he's a pretty young guy, but he has led a remarkable life.
Pretty remarkable, Jay. That's kind of an understatement. Yeah. Good morning, guys. 10:14.
Daphne Shimizu.
Daphne Shimizu. Yep.
They're going to be, what is it, opening the lines or whatever it is?
Drive-through services for those
no,
that actually...
online, though.
Yeah.
They're going to open the portal?
Yeah.
So that you can file online?
Yeah. And they're also going to have a drive-through service for those of you who want to do it that way.
And at midnight last night, she said that the EIP2 portal, if you want information on the status of your stimulus check, you can go onto their website and then type in whatever it asks you to type in, and it should give you an update on where your stimulus check is.
Including, like Chris was saying, where we are with income or tax return payments. Because she was saying you can get like the date of, we always say error-free tax returns up until X. So you can find out what the X is.
There's a whole lot of information in that interview.
Yeah.
Daphne is pretty thorough, and she whenever you post a question and she answers it.
And you know what, you guys,
and then when she's done, she always sends me a message. It's like, hey, if you get any more questions from you, just send them over, and I'll have someone assist you guys.
And you know what, you guys, thank you guys for putting in all the questions that you did in the comments, and also thank you for all those wonderful support messages, because they really take that to heart. I mean, that gives them the motivation and the drive to continue to do their work. And they really appreciate that, so thank you guys.
Good job today, Sabrina.
Good job. I was gonna say that Daphne is like like Mary Rhodes is to tourism. Daphne is to finances.
I mean, she definitely is getting a lot of info.
So she would be there on the links Mount Rushmore of top guests. Yeah.
Someone told me that how you can watch something at like twice the speed. They told me that they watched Daphne's interview 2 times slower. Because she's always like, right? She reminds me of the, remember Micro Machines?
Oh, yeah. John Frusciante.
Yeah, the original Twista.
Yeah.
It's 10:16, guys.
Micro Machines, you can do it like this. You can make a truck, you can make a car, you can go over the off-ramp.
Hey, because she knows her stuff.
And then Twista came along, it's like, little booty.
I like Daphne.
All right. Thanks, guys. Thanks for jamming with us on the link, Facebook Live, right here on the radio. We're KUAM FM, Agotni, Guam.
You know what? Are we gonna do something special for the Link fam? Because we are not gonna see you guys obviously on Valentine's Day because it's Sunday, and then Monday's a holiday.
Right.
So we're not gonna see you guys till the 16th.
We got something special planned for tomorrow, Jay.
Sabrina wanted to do the karaoke.
Yep.
You wanted to do that. That's why you brought it up.
Guys, tomorrow Jason is going to karaoke for you guys.
Yes, he is.
Reasons that we're here.
Some say.
Oh, God.
No, that's Gracie's song.
Yep. Guys, so that's what's happening tomorrow, 10:17 now. We're going to leave you with this Cover Me segment.
A real singer.
Brought to you by Burger King. It's Jason J with today's Cover Me. Remember, BK Chicken Fries are back on Chicken Fry Friday. I love BK Chicken Fries. Thank you, Burger King, for sponsoring Cover Me. My name's Chris. That's Sabrina. Yep. Adios.
Take your hands off me. I've been pretty sad and drunk lately. I've been torn since the day I was born, but I never felt a pain like this. There's no remedy. This trick helps to ease the pain. Tried to wipe it off like a t-shirt stain, but it soaks another broken day. Find me another drink and I'll be on my way. Empty bottles and empty cans. Oh, put another time and everything. Now it's such a blur, and I just wanna be with her. Tonight I sleep in a mermaid's bed, the bubbles all fizzle up in my head. It's a drug that keeps me up all night, itching and twitching just to hold her tight. Yeah, oh, empty bottles and empty cans. Oh, I put another one in my hand. Empty bottles and empty cans. Oh, I put another one in my hand. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Said I never been so lonely. Come into my life, girl, you make me so clever. Are the games that we're playing, tripping me out with those words that you say. Never been so lonely. Come into my life, girl, you make me so clever. Are the games that we're playing, tripping me out with those words that you say. No. Empty bottles and empty cans. Oh, I put another one in my hand. Oh, yeah. Empty bottles and empty cans. Oh.